And welcome in, fine citizens. Dan Leach here with the great Tom Cavanaugh, now the older brother of a Major League Baseball draftee, who unfortunately didn't get to hear his shout-outs the other game. But no, listen, he was busy with more important things going on, and very proud of Drew Cavanaugh getting drafted in the 17th round by the San Francisco Giants. We have some bad news to report off the jump here. Well, it's not bad news, just upsetting if you're ready for the baseball game like we are, the Twin Bill tonight.
Frustrating for sure.
Yeah, frustrating because for the second straight game we have no umpires. And obviously we've had some traffic issues. That was what happened with one of the umpires last game. They got her a little late. Tonight we don't really know what's going on. I'm going to blame Garrett Primetime Pogrovich. It has nothing to do with him. But we have no umpires as of now, so we're going to be in a little bit of a delay. Luckily, no weather issues. That's what obviously postponed the game yesterday. We will have two 7-inning contests to end this series against the Lima Locos. Of course, the Monarchs went down in a heap in game number 1. Not a very fun night when they go down by 10 runs. But I will say this could be a nice chance for a little 2-0 winning streak after losing 3 in a row and getting into double-digit win territory, Tom. So this is why you play in this league. You get reps. You're here to have fun as well. But you want to obviously win ball games. And, I mean, the Monarchs were in that thing for a minute on Tuesday night, but then just too much offense and too bad pitching situations for Michigan to really be able to stay in the game. And you know what? I got to give some great credit to Robert Clan didn't have a terrible start, just had some issues run-wise. But then when Cordy came in and was striking out batters left and right, I mean, he was our MVP. He was fantastic. He kept the game at 5-1, and obviously things got bad in the top of the 9th inning. Tonight, you got to get off to a good start against this very talented 19-win Locos team.
Have to get out to a good start. You cannot give up a chunk of runs early like the Monarchs did in that very first game. But I like the Monarchs' chances tonight for a big reason, and it's rest. They got yesterday off because of the rain out. Dan, they had played 7 out of 8 days prior to that. So these guys were absolutely gassed. The Monarchs were rolling out almost the same set of 9 guys every game. I like them getting a day off yesterday, resting their legs and their arms, come back today fresh. And like you said, you got to set the tone in those first couple of innings. J.J. Arbini's going to be in the lineup, swinging it, and on the mound today.
Dual threat.
It's going to be awesome. And if he's able to keep these Locos at bay, we're going to have ourselves a good couple of games.
All right, well, we, as we mentioned, are going to be a little delayed. Let's get to our starting lineups here. We'll start with the Lima Locos. Who do we have? Tommy Cavanaugh.
Lima Locos coming in at 19-7, second in the North Division. Playing left field, leading off, Anthony Zarlingo, one of the better players on this Locos team.
Yeah, we didn't see him in game number 1.
I know, we didn't. Very excited to see him here. DH in game 2, Jack Porter. He had that highlight grab on ESPN. Go check that out. Batting third, Landon Underhill, another star for this team at second base. Another all-star, as we'll get into that later on. Most of this team is. Batting cleanup, Spencer Rumfield. He's at third base. Right fielder, Cade Bellew, bats fifth. Connor Ashby will bat 6th and play shortstop. The first baseman tonight, batting 7th, Colton Schaller. Batting 8th, Caleb Hurd. He's doing the catching tonight. And batting 9th, Kyle Ashworth in center field. Landon Price going to go on the mound for the Locos.
A lot of talent and experience on the coaching staff for the Locos. Head coach Chad Ernberger, a 9-year veteran of minor league baseball. Assistant coach Tyler Anderson from Berea College. Assistant coach Dylan Healy from University. UNOH, University of New Hampshire, Ohio?
No, Northwest Ohio.
All right, I was very close. I believe that they're the Banshees. And assistant coach I don't know why I didn't write that out. And assistant coach Brandon Wilson out of Bluffton. What do we have for the 9-17 Michigan Monarchs?
Monarchs tied for last place in the North Division.
Let's get out of the basement,
man. The Jet Box are 9-17 as well with Michigan. But leading off things, as always, Jake Dresselhaus, he's in center field. Cooper Vance will bat second, play shortstop. The catcher tonight, Makana Alasso, he's moving up into the 3 spot as there's no Sam Thompson tonight for the Monarchs. Batting fourth, the left fielder, TJ Kella. He's been swinging a hot stick lately. Good to see him in that 4 spot. Batting fifth, Mason McGuire. He's in right field. The third baseman tonight, Tony Hatzagiorgio. He's going to bat 6th.
Hatzagiorgio!
Mark Scoop Harden bats 7th. He's at first base. The DH and pitcher, J.J. Arbini, batting 8th. And to round out the lineup at second base, Jacob Gamini, as we talked about, Arbini going to go both ways on the mound, swinging it. Really excited to see him do both today.
Head coach of your Monarchs, Kelton Caldwell, out of BYU, the Frontier League. We do have umpires here. This is good news. Pitch coach Adam Castillo out of Point U in Georgia. Has a couple players in this team for Point U. And bench coach David Robinson, we were talking with him before the game, had a great picture of me, Tom, and Dave Robinson. So many great stories because he made it to the show in his first Major League Baseball home run off of Juan Marichal. Check that picture out up on Twitter at Dan Leach TTM and at TCCav_Sparty for Tommy. First base coach, our man Peter Riley, and assistant coach Andrew batten down the hatches. So the umpires are here. We should be going momentarily, and we'll be back with your national anthem and the first of 2 ball games tonight, a twin bill to end this series with the Locos right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. And here we go, folks, with our national anthem. About to play some baseball. Not much of a delay at all. Let's play ball. Dan Leach here alongside Tom Cavanaugh. First of 2 7-inning contests tonight between the Lima Locos and the Michigan Monarchs. On the mound for the Monarchs, J.J. Arbini, as Tom mentioned, will be doing some double duty tonight, also DHing batting 8th. He's 0 with an 8.0 ERA, 9 innings pitch, 4 games. This will be his second start. 9 strikeouts, 4 walks, 16 hits. And leading off for the Lima Locos, number 4, Anthony Zarlingo, one of the many all-stars on this Locos squad. And we want to welcome in all the fans from Lima, Ohio, and around the country, because Lima's got one of the most diverse geographical rosters in this league, this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. We know we had a lot of them watching game number 1 on Tuesday, and course, hopefully everyone has been is safe from what happened yesterday with some of the bad weather in the area around. There was tornado watches, severe thunderstorm warnings, some damage in some different places. Hopefully everyone is all right as far as that is concerned. But it's time for some baseball between this Monarchs team that, boy, could use some good late season momentum. They're not going to make the playoffs, Tom, unless there's I think they're mathematically eliminated.
I think they are too.
I think after losing and Lima winning, they're mathematically eliminated.
Yeah, you got to be a top 2 team to get in the North Division. And those bottom 4 teams, I mean, they're fighting for it all right now. Even the team in 3rd place, the Sandusky Bay Ice Haulers, are 13-13.
Tough division.
19-7 is the 2nd place team, Lima Locos. It's not close right now for those top 2 spots.
And here we go, first pitch at 5:09. It's a beautiful 76 degrees, partly cloudy here in Howell. It's going to go down to about 71 or so, possibly even a little colder by the end of game number 2. And in for a strike, the first pitch is Arbini on Zarlingo, who we mentioned did not play game number 1, but one of the great players on this team, along with Rumfield and Underhill. So many all-stars up and down this lineup. The other night, they had their first 6 batters, and the pitcher is all-stars. Here's the 1-1, and that not even close. As you mentioned, Tom, no Sam Thompson today, normally behind the plate, or at least doing something. But he is getting a rare day off, one of the leaders of this squad, so well-deserved rest.
I 100% agree. He played, I think, probably 5 or 6, maybe 7 straight games behind the plate for them.
And he was here during the last trip. There's a ball, 3-1. Don't want to, as we've said so many times, get the leadoff guy on via a free pass, or as we've seen too many times, Tommy, a hit by pitch. It's either for both teams. And that misses the zone by a mile, so it's a 5-pitch walk, to Zarlingo, the left fielder. He came in. Zarlingo did, averaging .257 with 18 hits, 16 ribbies, and 7 runs. Now it's Jack Porter, as you mentioned, Tommy, had that ESPN Sports Center top 10 highlight catch. Fortunately, no audio, because if we were calling the game, we would have been on Sports Center for a while. Takes first pitch strike, and Porter, designated hitter tonight, comes in batting .258, 7 ribbies, 17 hits, 18 runs scored. No dingers, though. We've only seen a few here. A couple inside the Parkers, though. A few games back. And that outside the zone, 1-1. As we mentioned, Arbini, 0-1, 8 ERA. His second start, 9 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, 4 walks, 16 hits. Runner on first, nobody down, top of the first here. And they check the pitcher, and once again, it's an issue, throwing to first. We've seen this, unfortunately, countless times, Tom, whether it's the catcher throwing to first or second to check a runner or try to tag someone out, or the pitcher. It's just happened, like I would say 70% of the time, a ball has gone into the right field or the foul territory. It's just been a mess.
Yeah, you got to throw that ball in the air to your first baseman. There's too many balls in the dirt there.
And that one's sky high to center field. Dresslow should get it. See if the runner tries to tag, and they do, but it's a bluff. Oh, it's a little bluffkin. And if you're a poker player, if you had maybe 210 offsuit, and the guy to your right had kings, you could maybe have bluffed him off of that one with a all-in bet.
Yeah, Jack Porter was 4 for 5 back in game 1 on Tuesday. He was able to fly out there, but I like him to hit something a little harder in his next few at-bats. We've been talking about how he's been swinging it, and doesn't get any easier here down the lineup.
Nope, another all-star for the Locos. Landon put it on the Underhill's tab, and he takes the first pitch strike. Underhill, third leading batter on this team, 289, has 2 dingers, 20 ribbies, 22 hits, and 14 runs scored in 76 at-bats. It's another runner on second with 1 down, and it's a ball against the number 3 hitter, number 31, Landon Underhill.
He's one of 2 players with 20-plus hits on this Locos team. Zarlingo, he's on second base, approaching that at 18.
And here's the 1-1. That one chopped towards Scoop Harden, out of play and foul. Monarchs went down 12-2 to this Locos team on Tuesday. They were supposed to play last night, but of course the game got postponed due to weather. As you mentioned, Underhill with a run scored, a couple walks, did have a strikeout in the game on Tuesday. Here's the 1-2, and that chopped towards second baseman Jason Cavanaugh. Gets the force out at first, or the out at first, and the runner on third now with 2 outs. So this inning could have started to get out of hand, like we've seen too many top of first or seconds for the Monarchs, and now it's Arbini 1 out away from no damage.
It's against a guy like Rumfield here with 2 outs. Has 27 hits on the year. Got to get this last guy out and put up a 0 in the first inning. That top of the first is going to play a huge role for the rest of this game.
First pitch swinging, smacks that out of play, and Rumfield had a great game one of this series. That time, not being able to make the play was Cavanaugh, or Scoop Harden, excuse me. And in that last game, he did have 3 hits, scored 3 runs, drove in 1, and comes in with a solid .333 batting average, 14 ribbies, 27 hits, 17 runs, scored by Justin Rumfield. And that one chopped back towards our broadcast position here, the beautiful Lake Trust Stadium press box. Rumfield from Midland College, a very solid JUCO program. He might arguably be the best player on this team, Tom.
100%. I think he is. Not even a doubt.
Well, then I trust your judgment.
He's 27 hits. He's 14 RBIs, 16 strikeouts, a little bit high.
And the 0-2 pitch is snagged by Cavanaugh. Can he throw him out? He can! Scoop Harden scoops it up with his father and family looking on, and no damage done in an inning that could have gotten out of hand quickly. We head to the bottom of the first, scoreless here. Monarchs and Locos on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to beautiful Lake Trust Stadium here on the campus of Cleary University. It's been a great home for the Monarchs, new home for the Monarchs in their first year here in Howell. We moved to the bottom of the first. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Landon Price is on for the Locos. He's 1-2. This will be his 5th start. He's appeared in 6 games. 4.84 ERA, 26 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 16 walks, and 21 hits. Not terrible numbers, but not as good as what we saw in game number 1 with Caden Arn, who obviously is incredible, and yet another all-star for this team, Peyton Nelson. And leading things off for the Monarchs, number 4, Jake Dresselhaus. He's been an excellent leadoff hitter for this team. You've mentioned it, Tom, that Kelton Caldwell refuses to do anything but put him at leadoff hitter. He's earned that right and had an inside-the-park home run a couple games ago and really finds a way to get on base in the great Billy Bean stat. First pitch swinging, smacks one out to right, and it might go over the head of Bellew, and it does, and it's all the way to the wall, and Dresselhaus is digging for third. He's going to get there easily. If I'm not mistaken, that might be his 3rd or 4th triple Lindy of the year. Regardless, what a opening at bat for the Monarchs tonight.
Good swing on the first pitch. He was hunting it down. That is his 2nd triple of the year. That was a terrible route in right field from Cade Bellew. Coasted back, did not sprint to the spot, and the ball just kept carrying. You look at that right field flag out there blowing deep out towards right, straightaway right field, and got cut up in the jet stream. Great chance here for the Monarchs to strike first in this one.
And you love Cooper Vance being up, the 4th best batting average, 324. He's driven in 6th, looking for a 7th here. Vance, the shortstop, and does not take the first pitch swing because it was way high from Landon Price. Cooper Vance out of Eastern Michigan. Go Eagles, my alma mater, from New Waterford, Ohio. I still want to know what Old Waterford, Ohio is like. I hear that it's kind of fallen off. That's why everyone kind of moved to New Waterford. Here comes a 2-0. Wearing that Eastern Michigan helmet is Vance. Plays a great shortstop. And he smacks one into left. That's going to be caught, though, by Zarlingo. And the runner, will he tag Dresselhaus? He does. He should score easy. And the Monarchs have a lead on the Locos. Say it ain't true.
That's what it takes right there. Put up a 0 in the top of the inning and answer back with one of the best leadoff hitters in the North Division, and Jake Dresselhaus finds a way to get on to third with a triple, and Cooper Vance manufactures the run with a deep fly ball out to left field. That's good baseball.
Tom, I don't think the Monarchs have had a lead at home since that game against Royal Oak Friday the 7th.
Yep.
So one down, nobody on, and here comes Acuna Matano Alasso. First pitch swing and chops it foul. Alasso, the catcher tonight, which usually Sam Thompson fills that role. Alasso batting .308, 4 ribbies, a home run, 8 hits, and 3 runs scored. That outside the zone for a 1-1 count. Alasso, one of the 3 members of San Jose State that have been on this team this season. My good friend Sky Kirstein, their sports information director, tuning in. That down the pipe for a strike. Good curve there for Landon Price out of Ohio U, the sophomore from Van Wert, Ohio. And the 1-2 swing and a miss down on strikes is Alasso, so strikeout number 1 for Landon Price, and now 2 out, nobody on.
That's the first peak of what we've seen from Landon Price on dicing up right-handed hitters. That was a good changeup on the lower outer half to Alasso. He's doing a nice job of changing up speeds, and from the left side, it's a lot harder to swing at this. I mean, you look up and down this roster, no lefties in the lineup right now for the Monarchs today against the lefty Price.
And speaking of San Jose State, here's another Spartan, TJ Kella, batting .294, 10 hits, 4 ribbies, 3 runs. And Kella steps in as the cleanup hitter tonight. Looks at an 0-1, and now smacks one foul. Was there room for Schaller? There is, and that's the end of the inning, but the Monarchs do strike first after Dresselhaus's triple Lindy. Vance gets him home on a sac fly. The Monarchs lead at 1-0 here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh here at Lake Trust Stadium. Beautiful day for baseball, low 70s, could go into the high 60s before we're done with this twin bill. Umpires, by the way, in the plate, Jeremy Williams, and in the field, Thomas Burrell. So back to work is Arbini at a solid first inning. And he will look to face Bellew, Ashby, and Schaller from this Locos team.
Yeah, it's all about putting together a few good innings for J.J. Arbini and the Monarchs. We saw from yesterday, it was a good first inning for Robert Clan, and then 5 runs, 5 straight singles from the Locos. So, got to close the door early and set the tone.
Bellew takes the ball low. He was the DH in game number 1. He's playing right field today, and he did have a run scored in 2 strikeouts, batting .277 in that first game. Takes another ball, 2-0. As we mentioned, after him will be Ashby and Schaller. 1-0 Monarchs. It's nice to have a lead. That in there for a strike, according to Jeremy Williams, the man with almost 2 first names.
I'm excited to see how the Monarchs play with a lead compared to how they were trailing the last couple of games.
Yeah, when you have to scrap and claw to, even come close to getting back into a game, it's a much different feel than when you have a lead, and maybe even a lead of 2 or 3 runs, where you can kind of, you don't rest on your laurels, Tommy. You played baseball for a long time, so you know this, but the confidence can keep growing, and the confidence seems to be going backwards for the Monarchs in the last game.
Right, you coach different, you pitch different, you think differently. With a lead, as you said, multiple runs, it helps out even more, but even just getting that first one across, knowing that you got the swings for it today and you're in a little bit of a groove, it's a better feeling.
Here's a 2-2 on Bellew out of Auburn, Alabama. Goes to University of Auburn, War Eagle. Here's the 2-2, and he smacks one to Scoop Harder, scoops it up, and will make an easy tag out of first. I'll tell you, man, at his best, Scoop Harden is Really, really fun to watch.
His lateral movement is impeccable. He just shot down that line right there and snow-coned it on the end. Scoop's a great player.
Yep.
And taking care of that first base position very well.
And that ball was hit really hard.
Yeah, Bell, you smoked it.
All right, so here comes Connor Ashby, the shortstop. Ashby in first game of this series with a run scored, a hit, 2 ribbies, a walk, batting .227. And Ashby, out of Kent State University, one of 2 Golden Flashes on the squad. Economy's up 1-1. The sophomore from North Canton, Ohio. Once again, the Lima Locos, coached by Chad Ernberger, had a 9-year career in minor league baseball. That one fouled back to make the count 1-2, and I like what I'm seeing so far out of Arbini.
He's locating well. We've seen from past Monarch starters the lack of control in those first couple of innings, but he's locked in.
Here's a 1-2, and that a little high and tight. Evens the count up at 2-2. Monarchs with a rare lead recently in the last few games on this very, very solid 19-7 and second in North Division team, Lima. Here's the 2-2, and that high brings the count full. Pitch early in this game coming up here. Don't want to get any more base runners after how the Monarchs were able to get out of that first inning easy. Arbini looks like he's got some confidence. Don't want to lose it with a free pass here. And that one smacked into left center, and making the play is Dresselhaus, just rushing over there and communicating beautifully with TJ Kella. And Dresselhaus, as we mentioned, great leadoff hitter, but also great in the field as well.
He has to be. Being the captain of the outfield there, he's got to be the most vocal player. And Kella, who had a nice beat on it in the gap, Dresselhaus was a little bit closer, and he let him know. Great talking in the outfield there from Dresselhaus. He's got to be really vocal.
Here's Colton Schaller, another Kent State Golden Flash. Back-to-back Golden Flashes, back-to-back San Jose Spartans for the Monarchs. And he bats with 2 out, nobody on, takes a strike down the middle. Game number 1, he played first base tonight. He's also playing first in this game, one of the twin bill. He had 2 runs, a hit, and 2 driven in, along with a walk and a strikeout. In the game on Tuesday, he's batting .222 for the Locos. Here comes a 1-1 from J.J. Arbini, getting his second start of the season. And smacking that one in a hurry to McGuire in right, makes the play, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning. That didn't happen often against the Lima Locos in game 1 until late when Corday came in, but now the Monarchs can nurse that lead and look for some more as we head to the bottom of the second. Michigan up 1-0 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside the great Tom Cavanaugh. We start in the bottom of the second here. And it's Mason McGuire who will bat fifth, played right field, did not play in game number 1 of this series. Mason McGuire takes the first pitch and lifts it to left. Right on the outfield is the shortstop. Ashby makes the play, and it's 1 pitch, 1 out for the Monarchs. I didn't even get a chance to say that Mason McGuire plays for the great Wayne State Warriors program.
I like him going after the first pitch there. Same thing that Dresselhaus did to hit his triple, and Cooper Van saw a couple pitches. But want to try to hop on this guy early. He just got underneath the ball a little bit.
And here comes Tony Papagiorgio. I'm kidding, Hatzigiorgio. He didn't play in game number 1. We haven't seen him in a few games, and he bashes one in between that 5-6 hole between short and third, and he's on safely with the one-out single. Also a Wayne State Warrior is Tony Hatzigiorgio, and now, after making a sterling play in the field, Scoop Harden is up, the first baseman. He didn't play in game number 1 of this series either, but you got to mention that Scoot's family and his dad is here first every game.
Yeah, I say hi to him every day.
Yeah, 2 hours before the game starts. He's got a lot of his family out here, and we love Scoopity-Doo. And he had the walk-off hit, the first ever home game here for the Monarchs. And taking a first pitch ball is Harden. Harden on the season, 271 average, 16 hits, 7 runs, 3 driven in, but it plays a great first base. Here comes a 1-0 from Landon Price. Some trouble brewing here in the second. We will find out shortly. And now a hitter's count at 2-0 for Scoop Diddy-Doop-Doop Harden. On a Saginaw Valley State, he's a Cardinal, junior from Superior Township, chops one foul. And Tom, we mentioned how important I think it is for the Monarchs to get off to at least a decent start. They've already done that, but if they can add on some runs here, put some pressure on Lima to start scoring runs, that could go a long way into maybe giving the Monarchs a good chance to win game 1 of this twin bill.
A couple-run lead would be huge right now.
Here's the 2-1, and towards that 5-6 hole again, making the play this time is Ashby. Throws all the way to first, not in time, and 2 are on with 1 down here. It's been a rarity to have more than 1 runner on so far in this series. Now, Michigan's got it with just 1 out, and coming up, the dual threat, J.J. Arbini.
A couple of pokes right there in the 5-6 hole, all the way through for Hatzigiorgio, and mighty tough play for Connor Ashby at shortstop to throw across his body. So working here against a crafty lefty in Landon Price. Bottom of the lineup's got to come through here with 1 out.
Now, Arbini, not a great sample size, not a great average, but he's only had 13 at-bats since his 14th, and a chance to do some damage here as he's both pitching and hitting today. He does have a couple runs scored a hit and 1 driven in. Love to add to that total here in the bottom of the second. Here comes a 1-0. Runners on first and second with 1 down here. Monarchs already got 1-0. Great to have you along with Tom Cavanaugh and myself, Dan Leach. And that one slips in there for a ball. That looked like it was curving in, maybe for a strike. But Jeremy Williams said it's outside the zone. 2-0 on Arbini, the pitcher, and designated hitter. How many dual threat guys in baseball these days?
Honestly not.
Here's the 2-0. And a swing and a miss. That's back to the backstop, and both runners move up. And Tom, as we've mentioned in every broadcast, if you're just joining us, the left and right field fences 330, gaps 420. Straightaway center 440, but the 65-foot backstop between home plate and that brick backstop you measure with your golden tape measure, and that time it helped the Monarchs runners move down the base.
That was a great breaking ball from Landon Price. It even fooled the glove of Caleb Hurd behind the plate and went straight 5-hole.
So now second and third, 2-1 count, 1 down, 1 run already up, and a little half swing appealing to Thomas Burrell at second. No, and it's 3-1. Following Arbini will be Jason Gamendi, the Niner. Then the lineup can turn over for Jake Dresselhaus. Here's the 3-1. Big moment here early in this game, and that is outside, and the bases are juiced. Nowhere else to put him, Tommy.
That's a major walk right there. Landon Price on the mound cannot lose J.J. Arbini. Coming into the game with just 1 hit and already focusing on pitching the baseball. You got to get him out right there, but bases are loaded here. Got corners in for the Locos. If you're Jacob Gamendi, you cannot hit the ball hard on the ground to second or shortstop. It's likely going to be a double play.
Gamendi did not play in the first game of the series. He swings and misses, a little half swing there. Didn't get it back in time, so it is strike 1 to start off Gamendi from Landon Price. Big spot here for the Monarchs offense. Big spot here for the Locos pitching. Here's the 0-1. And that one chopped. Will it stay fair? It will. A run's going to score, and everyone's safe. And what do you know? It's 2-0 Monarchs. I don't want to jinx it, Tom, because you said there's no reverse. It's a reverse jinx for me. Whenever I say it's going to be a short game, it is. Whenever I say it's not going to rain, it doesn't. But I will say that before we started this broadcast, I said, someone tells me tonight the Monarchs might sweep this doubleheader. Long way from that, but this is a dream start for them after how bad things went in game number 1.
That was a perfect swing. I mean, almost a swinging bunt down that third base line. Rumfield had realistically no play there at all.
And here is Jake Dressloff. He has home run power. He's at inside the park home runs. He takes a first pitch ball. Bases still juiced. Still just 1 out. 2 runs are in. 1 this inning. 4 hits so far in the game. And Price in a little bit of a pickle and trouble here. That one high. Now 2-0 on Dresselhaus, who came in averaging 281. And first time up did have that triple Indy and scored a run on the sac fly from Cooper Vance. Here's the 2-0. And that outside 3-0. No place to put him, TC.
Yeah, struggling to throw strikes right now. Something we've seen a lot from the Monarchs in the last couple of games, but now it's the Locos having these issues.
Here is a 3-0 with the bases loaded, and he gets a strike there. I would think that Dresloff was taken all the way there.
Yeah, that would be foolish for him to try to go after something like that, unless he's 100% sure he's hitting it out of the ballpark.
All right, here comes the 3-1 with the bases loaded. And Dresloff smacks one into right field. Will it drop? It won't. Bellew gets it. A run's going to tag and not get there in time. Oh, no. Safe is Scoop Harden. Umpire Jeremy Williams said that the catcher Hurd did not get him before he crossed the plate. Obviously, no replay in this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. Are they appealing to Thomas Burrell? No, he's saying safe as well. So it's now 3-0. Here at the bottom of the second, out to argue is Chad Ernberger. Do you think he has a beef there, Tom?
I mean, from our angle there, I thought he was out for sure.
I did too.
I thought that was going to be the end of the inning right there, but somehow Scoop Harden uses his athleticism to jump over that tag, but he didn't really jump. I mean, the catcher.
He kind of sashayed in a way.
Right. I mean, Hurd was already sitting there standing up waiting for the tag. It's not like he was squatting down, so Harden had a chance to jump over some sort of hurdle. That was just swimming around the tag there, and Hurd obviously pleading his case on why he had him tagged out.
They're not going to change the call. There's no replay, and they're not going to change the call. But it could help with something later, maybe.
Yeah, I feel bad for Cade Bellew. He threw a bullet from right field. I mean, a nice catch and throw to the plate. Well done from Cade, but just like that, it's 3-0. I like the Monarchs to continue on in this inning. I know there's 2 outs, but you got the middle of that lineup coming up. Maybe some 2-out magic here.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires are letting Ernberger and Caleb Hurd here discuss with the 2 different umpires what they saw. They're not getting testy. There's no one, I think, in any kind of situation of getting thrown out. Now the 2 umpires are going to talk with each other. There's no way they're reversing this call this long after. It's impossible.
I don't know. I think it's possible here.
Well, I'm not saying anything's possible. I mean, you could fly to the moon tomorrow, but it's very unlikely of happening. After 3 minutes, man, you can't change a call. Now, see, if there was one of the umpires that thought they saw it for sure and the other didn't, that's one thing. But as Burrell came in, he made the safe sign as well when they appealed to him.
Yeah, part of those conversations, too, is trying to figure out a common explanation to relay to the opposing team that's, stressed and frustrated about the call.
And we're going to send our great nobleman Garrett Primetime Pogramage down at some point to find out exactly maybe what the discussion was. We'll find out at some point and let you know, because obviously we have no microphones on the field, but I know that a lot of you are probably interested to know what the umpires have explained to Chad Ernberger and Kelton Caldwell, for that matter. And Ernberger's still discussing this with Jeremy Williams, and he's kind of making a little shuffle there. He's doing a little line dance out there. Some great dancing skills. I hear he used to go to square dance night at the old Dust Up Saloon.
Yeah, you got your fair days of relaxation and time off in the minor league baseball system.
Yeah.
So
$1 pitcher night. I'm sure they had a lot of fun out there.
Depends on what city, but some of them, yeah, you could definitely take advantage of that.
Well, if it's in Utah, not a good idea. Otherwise, it could be a lot of fun.
I at some point, you just got to tuck your tail between your legs and head back for another, and move on to the next pitch.
There's still a baseball game to be played here. We got 2 of them actually, and this has already taken 5 minutes, and the call's not going to get changed. I don't think. And at this point, there's no way you can change the call. And I just hope Ernberger doesn't lose it.
Thank you.
And our great man Kyle Thompson is playing the Jeopardy theme. I'd like anal bum cover for 500, Alex. That's an album cover. And Tom, I've never really seen anything like this where the umpires are letting. I mean, it's a Great Lakes. It's a summer league. It's not. It's serious, but it's not like we're playing in the major leagues right now. But at some point, you got to say, listen, we got to go back and play this baseball game. And Erberger might talk to them for 25 minutes. I mean, and now he's being kind of ushered back by Thomas Burrell. Maybe Thomas Burrell's going to go sit with him in the dugout and talk war stories. I don't know.
Yeah, a little good cop, bad cop action going on.
Maybe they'll go get a twisted burger together. But nonetheless, we're back to game action. Still runners on first and second for the Monarchs. They're up 3-0. And coming up here is Cooper Vance, one of the best offensive players of this team. And there goes Thomas Burrell. That was an unneeded 7-minute delay. That's longer than the top of the first inning was. All right, so here we go. Back to game action. Great to have you along. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Monarchs up 3-0. And that one, first pitch chopped, foul territory. Moving over is Schaller, and he makes the play, and that's the end of the inning, but not before the Monarchs score two. One controversially with Scoop Harden sashaying his way towards the plate, and past catcher Caleb Hurd. It's 3-0 Monarchs. We head to the top of the third. Tom Cavanaugh takes over on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the third inning. Lima Locos here for games 2 and 3 between the Michigan Monarchs. It's a 3-0 score here in the top of the third. J.J. Arbini back on the mound for the Narcs. Take you back to the bottom of the second inning in a few moments. Break down how the Monarchs scored 2 more. There's a fastball in for a strike on the lower outer corner to the man that was involved in that play, Caleb Hurd, catcher.
Tom, I don't usually do this. This is your inning, but I just wanted to get a great report in from Garrett Primetime Pongridge, our intrepid reporter. Catcher's interference. That was the call, so that kind of explains a little bit what was going on.
1-1 fastballs pulled foul on the third base line, so it was Caleb Hurd who is at the plate right now. That was part of that catcher's interference. Arbini looking for his first strikeout of the night. He's had a fair share of ground outs and 3 flyouts to his name so far. There's a curveball out of his hand, a little funky, landed high 2-2. It'll be Caleb Hurd, Kyle Ashworth, and then back to the top of the lineup in Anthony Zarlingo. Arbini sitting just under 35 pitches at the moment. Is 2-2. Swung on and popped up to left field from Hurd. TJ Kella ranges to his left, calls for it, makes the catch. 1 up, 1 down. There's a long run for Jake Dresselhaus, who came over in the gap, but we talked about the wind a little bit on Jake Dresselhaus's triple back in the first inning. That wind is blowing out to straightaway right field, so the baseball that Caleb Hurd just hit out was to straightaway left, and the wind took it all the way into that left center gap. Here's Kyle Ashworth, another lefty in this lineup. He was the leadoff hitter back on Tuesday. He's in the 9 spot today. Sometimes those are very interchangeable between the 9 hitter and your leadoff guy. Ashworth takes the 1-0 pitch for a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. 3-0 Monarchs. We're in the top of the third inning. Monarchs have scored in both innings so far that they've had a chance. 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Tapped off the end of the bat from Ashworth. It's going to scoot foul, 1-2. It was a sacrifice fly in the first to score Jake Dresselhaus from Cooper Vance. And then last inning, Jacob Gamini, an RBI swinging bunt single, and Dresselhaus with the sacrifice fly out to right field. It was a great throw from the Locos right fielder, but the catcher's interference allowed the run to score. Arbini, big deep breath as he holds the ball at the belt. 1-2 pitch outside. 2-2 to Ashworth. Senior from Long Beach State, out of Tustin, California. As part of the Dirtbags program, 2-2 is lined back again to the screen. Another beautiful day for baseball. Unlike yesterday that we had around here, pouring rain everywhere that I was driving had broken down trees and branches. This one's pulled on the ground. Base hit for Kyle Ashworth. This one gets out to right field in front of McGuire. It's a good swing with 2 outs. 2 strikes. Change up on the outer half. Just pulled it in between that first base, second base, 4-hole there. Back to the top of the lineup, and Anthony Zarlingo. He's had a sensational season so far for the Locos. Zarlingo comes in third best in hits at 18. He's stolen 11 bases, so don't let him get on. He's going to flick one out to left field right at Kella. Back a step, now comes in. He makes the catch for out number 2. So 2 plays for Kella in the inning. They've recorded both outs. It's now Jack Porter. In a game that the Locos didn't seem to find themselves in early, would think that they'd carry on from their 12-2 win back on Tuesday in Game 1. Probably a little overconfident in those first couple of innings. Landon Price was shaken up from the Monarchs. Fastball pumped in on the outside corner. Arbini, a little extra velocity on that one. Porter last time flew out to center field back in the first inning. Hot shot ground ball to shortstop. Vance, underhand flip onto the Gamini at second base. Nice inning there for J.J. Arbini and the Monarchs. Kyle Ashworth a single, but that's it for Lima. We go to the bottom of the third inning. 3-0 Monarchs on top of the Locos. This is your home for Monarchs baseball. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the third inning. Here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. 2 7-inning contests here from Lake Trust Stadium in beautiful Howell, Michigan. Landon Price back on. The crafty lefty deals with Makana Alasso to lead things off in the third. Strikeout swinging last time for Makana. He's up in the count, though, 2-0 at the moment. Alasso swings and pops one up on the left side of the infield. Going forward is Ashby at shortstop, ranging into the shallow left field. Makes the catch, 1 up, 1 down. Took care of Alasso quickly there. Price gave up 2 last inning, 1 back in the first. He's been knocked around for 4 hits so far in 2 1/3. So wants to try to settle down here. But the Locos might have to go to the bullpen on the first pitch to Kella. He swings and hits one in the right center gap. Long run for Ashworth. He tracks it down. 2 gone. So just like that, 4 pitches, 2 outs. Mason McGuire digs in. And after Price threw a lot of pitches in those first 2 innings, the Monarchs are making it quite easy for him in this one. Strike on the outside corner to Mason McGuire, 0-1. Pop-out victim for Mason, his first time. He's going to leave that one right down the middle for strike 2. TJ Keller with a nice swing there. Ball kept carrying in the right center gap, but Kyle Ashworth tracked it down. Tap foul. McGuire stays alive as Caleb Hurd is a bit shaken up behind the plate. Umpire crew tonight, Jeremy Williams behind the plate, Thomas Burrell in the field. Williams going out to give Hurd some time behind the dish. Head coach Chad Ernberg out to have a conversation with Hurd. He's a catcher, though. I mean, they're notoriously tough and can take several foul balls off the inner thighs, the shoulder, underside of the mask, maybe a little bit of the chin, chest area. I know you got pads on and everything, but it doesn't keep you completely covered like a hockey goalie might be. 0-2 to McGuire. Here it is from Price. On the corner, strike 3. Landon Price goes 1-2-3 in the bottom of the third, makes quick work of McGuire and the Monarchs. Top of the fourth coming up. Monarchs lead 3-0. Be back in a minute. This is your home for Michigan Monarchs baseball.
Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Pretty darn quick third inning there, Tommy. 7 total batters by both teams, 4 for the Locos, 3 for the Monarchs. But the good news is the Monarchs lead 3-0 here as we enter the top of the fourth.
Yeah, I like exactly how the Monarchs have approached this game in the first few innings. Aggressive, swinging at those first couple of pitches on offense, and then defensively making plays. The mental errors have been eliminated, and J.J. Arbini has been throwing strikes.
Here's Jack Porter. He grounded out, or check that, Landon Underhill. He grounded out of that great play made by Scoop Hart in the first. Takes a strike down the middle. Arbini pitching a pretty solid game so far through 3 innings.
A lot of control. It's been nice.
And it's also nice to have a 3-0 lead. And that one chopped foul, 1-1. On Landon Underhill, one of the best players on this Locos squad, a multiple all-star squad. He's one of them from McLennan Community College in Hurst, Texas. Smacks one in between that 5-6 gap past the outstretched hand of Hatsa Giorgio. So it's a leadoff single for the Locos, and they're trying to get something going on their end offensively after that catcher's interference stopped the game for about 7 minutes, slowed things down, but a quick third inning, and now they look to get back in this thing here in the fourth.
Locos are yet to have 2 base runners on so far in today's game. They could do it here and have a big inning.
And here is Justin Rumfield playing third base today. And Rumfield, we both think the best player on this team from Midland College, a great JUCO program, a freshman from Godley, Texas, where I'm pretty sure they're religious. And probably a lot of cowboy boots. Religious cowboy boots, like Jesus on a cowboy boot.
Cowboy boots in churches.
Garrett would like that. And that outside, 3-0 First 3 pitches outside the zone from Arbini. Is there someone working in that bullpen, Tommy?
Quinn Konashevsky.
All-star Quinn Konashevsky, along with Sam Thompson and Robert Clan as a prospect all-star. 3 all-stars for the Monarchs. 4-pitch walk. That is not what you want to see from Arbini, who's been solid so far. The first 2 Locos on, and now Cade Bellew's got some power up to the plate.
He's approaching, he actually just got to 50 pitches, did J.J. Arbini. So Adam Castillo going to have a conversation with him. It's a good point right now. You're through 3 innings. You've thrown about 50 pitches. That's pretty average to this point. Let's see if he can continue to work throughout this inning. But with a 3-run lead like this, you need to be cautious with the Locos because they can hit the ball and pop off for a crooked number at any point. So that call to Konashevsky would have to be made before the Locos have a chance to really push up, tie the game, or take the lead.
Yeah, and remember, if you're just joining us, these are going to be 2 7-inning games. That's what happens when you have a doubleheader, much like Major League Baseball did during COVID. So 7-inning games here. You only have a few innings left, and you don't want to give up a big spot of runs, a crooked number here in the 4th with just the 5th, 6th, and top of the 7th potentially left to win this thing. Dare I say that? I know it's early, but Monarchs have struggled. This is a ray of and a puff of fresh air, if you will. And that one smacked by Bellew to Scoop, who scoops it up, might get 2. No! He throws it past Vance, and a run's going to score, and that looked pretty darn good at the start. But Scoop, after making a spectacular play earlier in this game, that time the throw not so good.
It's been very tough for the Monarchs to turn double plays all year long, and that double play right there, the first base down to shortstop all the way back to first, they haven't done it once so far this year. So you have to make sure that that throws on the money right there. It gets away and allows the run to score, and this is the inning right here where the Locos could pop off for 5, 6, 7 runs.
So Underhill comes in and scores. Now 2 on, nobody out, and Ashby, the shortstop, is up. First time he flew out to center field, and Arbini, could be his last batter.
Possibly, yes, especially if they get another run here.
He's pitched pretty solid till this point. That low, ball 2, that's, I believe, 6 of the last 7 pitches have been balls. 2 on, nobody out, 3-1 Monarchs in the first of a twin bill here on a beautiful night for baseball. That, not even close, 3-0. And now Arbini in danger of walking the bases loaded with nobody down.
Doesn't seem to have the same control that he did in the first couple of innings.
Here comes the pitch. And taking all the way, it doesn't matter. It's a 4-pitch walk. Second of the game for Arbini, and I think that's going to be it. Let's see, is it?
I don't think so. Kelton Caldwell's got his back turned to the field at the moment.
He's going to keep him out there with the bases loaded, and coming up now is Colton Schaller. Schaller flew out to right field his first time up. Here's the first offering, and that one smacked to right field. McGuire should be able to get to it, and he does, but tagging and scoring and making it a 3-2 game is Caleb Hurd. Or check that. Is Ashby. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Colton Schaller.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Scoring was Rumfield. I looked at 18 and 28. At least we don't have to worry about jersey numbers with the Locos. They're pretty legit. But that is the first out, but still now runners on the corners. And coming up is Caleb Hurd. Hurd's first time up, flew out to left. Takes a strike. Arbini calming down here. He does have that first out, which is sometimes all you need to get back on track.
And the bottom of the lineup here, a lot easier than that middle that he was facing just a few moments ago.
And that outside 1-1. Cade Bellew at third. Just 90 feet away. Here's the 1-1, and that high. And Ashby standing on first. So here we go, 2-1. Arbini in a bit of trouble here. And that high and tight, and it's 3-1. You don't want to reload the bases here, TC.
That'll be the third time in this inning that the bases will be loaded. And with only 1 out in the top of the lineup approaching, it sends a chill down your spine if you're the Monarchs.
It certainly does. Not a good spider sense. That down the pipe for a strike. Good pitch there for Arbini. And he's worked the count full. Big spot here in this first of the doubleheader Two 7-inning games. Monarchs nursing a 3-2 lead. They led it 3-0 until this inning. And that time a rare non-cavalcade of whimsy when you see a Monarchs pitcher throw to first or second trying to check a runner. Here's the 3-2. One down. That one chopped into the hole between first and second. Could score another and tie the game. And coming in is Bellew. And it's a one-out single for Caleb Hurd. And now Kyle Ashworth, the center fielder, had a single his first time up. And that is going to do it for J.J. Arbini. We'll get the final numbers on him and let you know what Quinn Konashevsky, the All-Star, has done so far this season. We come back. We have a brand new ball game tied at 3 here at the top of the fourth on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium here in beautiful Hollow, Michigan. Dan Leach back along with Tom Cavanaugh. J.J. Arbini's final numbers: 3 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts, 17 batters faced. Not a bad start until that last, out of an inning. And here's Quinn Konashevsky, an all-star for many different reasons for this Monarchs team. He's 3-1 with a 4.73 ERA. This will be his 7th appearance. He's had 4 starts, a save, 19 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts, 8 walks, and 20 hits. Pretty good numbers for Quinn Konashevsky.
He's got 9 strikeouts compared to just 1 walk in his last 3 appearances.
Konashevsky out of University of Pittsburgh, a junior from Sagnasty, from Saginaw, Michigan. And leading things off for the Locos with Konashevsky on the bump now is Kyle Ashworth. And he smacks one a mile in the air right past the infield. Coming in is Dresselhaus. Oh, they almost had a kerfuffle. McGuire gets it. I thought that it looked like Dresselhaus was calling for that ball, but at least they communicated enough not to run over each other, and it's out number 2.
And you could see how, aggressively that wind is blowing because Dresselhaus had to grab his hat as he was running in. He wasn't coming in as hard as McGuire was. McGuire was full head of steam running across, and thankfully he made that catch. That was a tough play right there. Those in-betweeners that you get between the deep and shallow outfield area right there, they're tough plays.
Here comes Anthony Zarlingo as the lineup turnover for the 3rd time. Takes a strike, so Konashevsky coming in and already making an impact. He was supposed to start game number 2. Looks like it might be Avery Thielman that will start game number 2. Zarlingo down 0-1, now down 0-2, and Anthony Zarlingo didn't play in game number 1 on Tuesday. He's one of the better players of this team, Southwest Tennessee Community College, and he's from Olive Branch, Mississippi, as we extended Olive Branch to all of the Lima Loco fans tuning in.
He's also a switch hitter. This is his first time coming up as a righty. He was lefty his first 2 appearances.
And smacks one righty towards the right fielder, McGuire. And McGuire makes the play, and Konashevsky comes in and easily gets 2 outs, but the damage done. 3 runs have scored. We move to the bottom of the 4th. It's the Monarchs and Locos all tied up at 3 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. You can follow us on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty. See, you got that one perfectly done. And Dan Leach, DTM, back on the mound for the Locos after settling down after the first couple has been much better. Landon Price, Quinn Konashevsky on in relief of J.J. Arbini, who had a pretty good start until that last half inning. And we have a brand new ball game tied at 3. Now it's time to get some runs. Leading off the bottom of the fourth is number 9, Tony Hatzigiorgio from Wayne State. Sophomore from Oxford, Michigan. And 157 at-bats, Tommy, this past season for Wayne State. That's a pretty good Wayne State program.
Yeah, he was a big part of their winningest season in program history.
And he shows bunt. Pulls it back, takes the ball. And you wonder how much longer Landon Price is going to go. I guess if he keeps mowing down Monarchs batters, maybe he could go 7 innings. That one chopped over the second baseman's head, and it's going to drop in for a hit, and it was misplayed by Bellew, and going to second is Hatzigiorgio, digging it out and get it in easily, and Bellew, I thought the little hiccup wouldn't really cost him, but it ended up costing him.
Usually when the ball takes that weird first bounce on the outfielders, they take the extra base. Right there, Bellew just got his glove on it, but Hatzigiorgio's got some speed, and he recognized that he had enough time after a very aggressive turn at first base to take second. Well done by Tony.
Now, how about Tony Hatzigiorgio, 2 for 2 so far in this one. And now it is Scoop Harden, who was part of a very controversial play a couple innings ago. He shows bunt, pulls it back, takes the ball, much like Hatzigiorgio. Maybe he'll foul with a double. But Scoop Harden scored on a play that ended up causing a 7-minute delay. It was called catcher's interference on Caleb Hurd. Ernberger, the Locos manager, came out and argued for a while. And a little, excuse me, strike swing there. According to Jeremy Williams, it was going to be a strike anyway. 1-1 on Scoop Harden. Would love to drive in Hatzigiorgio and give the Monarchs the lead back. And he sprays one that might drop fair, and it does, and the run is not going to score because Hatzigiorgio holds up at third. It was just probably too close there, Tom, to take a chance. You don't want to run yourself out of a chance of scoring. The Monarchs, unfortunately, have done that too many times this year.
Yeah, head coach Kelton Caldwell's got his head on his shoulders, so he's definitely not letting him go there after a little blooper. So that's going to be some firewood for Scoop Harden. Broken bat, muscled single out to shallow right field. Just got the job done at the perfect time right there. Moves runners into scoring position with nobody out. Got to take advantage here.
How about Scoop Harden? 3 for 3. And scored a run. And now up is JJ. Or no, it's not. It is. Yeah, JJ RB is going to stay as the designated hitter. You don't have to pull him out. So he takes a 1-0 with the runners on the corners with nobody out, and the Monarchs looking to retake the lead after giving up 3 in the top of the fourth.
Arbini's only seen balls, too. He walked on 4 pitches his first time. It's 2-0 to him here.
Yep, 6 straight balls. Here comes the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Nice cut there by Arbini, but a good pitch by Landon Price that kind of dropped towards the right side of the plate.
You mentioned his pitch count. He's only at 44 right now, so I like him for a couple more innings.
Here's the 2-1. Arbini takes ball 3, and now Landon Price in danger, much like Arbini in the last half inning, of walking the bases loaded. Here comes the 3-1. Runners on the corners, nobody out, and a swing and a miss. And Price gets the count full. And now a huge pitch for both Price and the Locos and Arbini and the Monarchs.
Wind's blowing straight out to center field. Put a little charge into it, JJ.
Yeah, about 10 miles an hour after some big storms yesterday. That one smacked towards center field. That should drop. It easily scores the run. The question is, will Harden try to go for 3? And he doesn't. But a nice RBI single there by J.J. Arbini, who just was roughed up on the mound and then helped his team by. You know, you hear the great term, help your own cause, when a pitcher is able to drive in a run or hit a home run. He's no longer the pitcher, but he's helping in his cause.
Perfect job right there. 2-strike swing. Another broken bat, this time off the end of the bat on Arbini. He just gets enough out there and retakes the lead for his team. Well done by Arbini.
Tom, I'll tell you this as Gameni steps in. He had a single his first time up. This is the best, I think, overall plate approach we've seen the Monarchs have in probably 3 or 4 games.
100%.
And was showing bunt there was the 9-hitter Jason Gameni.
And Dan, you look up and down this 6 through 9 on the roster right here. 7 for 8 that we've had so far with Gameni coming up right now.
Pretty awesome if you're a Monarchs fan, especially after the struggles in the first game of this series. And the off day obviously has helped this team. They get set to play 2 games tonight to wrap up this series. And just 2 more home games for us, Tommy. Can't believe it.
Yep.
Season has flown by, and there's a bunt. It's a perfectly placed one. Runners move up to second and third, and almost safe at first was Gameni, but the lineup turned over for Dresselhaus, who has got to be licking his chops as he's got second and third with 1 down, and a base hit here could score a pair. Monarchs already have retaken the lead 4-3. And you look at Dresselhaus, came into this game batting .281. And so far tonight with a triple and a run scored, and then a fly out his second time up. But now a single could score a pair. And that outside on Jake Dresselhaus from Michigan State, Tom's favorite land. Ugh, just kidding. Go Spartans. I can't believe I said that. Senior from Highland, Michigan. I have no problem with the Spartan baseball team. That almost hits Dresselhaus. So 2-0 with runners on second and third. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Already 1 run in. Monarchs have 7 hits and an error. Locos have 3 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. And they're going to say, he changed the call? You going to say you got hit? I guess so, but are they walking him on purpose? I don't know what just happened there, Tom. Please help me out there.
They might be
just intentionally walking him?
Yeah, because you don't have to throw 4 pitches.
I didn't see the side. I mean, because it looked like he almost got hit, but then obviously they just decided to intentionally walk him instead of a double play here. And now Cooper Vance, 4th best batting average coming in, .324. First pitch swinging. That's into right field. Under it is Bellew. Will it be enough to tag and score? It is not. Oh, and the runner at second is going to get doubled. No, he's not going to get doubled off. A run's going to score. It's going to be 5-3, and for a second there, it looked like the Monarchs had run themselves out of an inning again. Instead, the throw is into center field, and everyone's safe, and a run gets in.
Yep, it's going to be Cooper Vance that does not get the sacrifice fly there, but it's a throwing error on the catcher Hurd to allow the run to score. Runner on second there. J.J. Arbini did not know that the runner on third was staying home. So he takes off for third base. They try to throw down to second to backpick the runner that made the mental mistake, and the throw was bad in the dirt.
So still just 1 down, and up now is Makana Alasso, the catcher. And on third is Arbini, who almost ran himself out of the inning. But, sometimes the breaks go the other way, sometimes they go your way. Today they're going the Monarchs' way. 2 errors now on the Locos. Here's Alasso, 0-1. That inside, 2-1. And now another Alasso base hit, much like before him, Vance can score a pair and really put a hurt in just a 7-inning game on this Locos team. Here's the 1-1. And that low, ball number 2, and cheating about 8 feet off of third base is Arbini. And that is another ball, 3-1. You wonder if you just put him on and try to set up another double play or not risk Alasso getting something in the zone here.
Landon Price has kind of fallen off in these last few batters when it comes to his control.
Here's a 3-1. And that misses. Ball 4, bases juiced again. Price frustrated. And is there any activity in the Locos bullpen? There's not. So this is his inning. Coming out is pitching coach Tyler Anderson out of Berea College. They're going to come and talk. And what would you think that the discussion is right now?
Other than find a way to get an out, I don't think there's much else. He just needs to throw a strike here. TJ Kellis coming up, who's 0 for 2 on the night with a couple of balls lifted in the air. Probably want to throw him something higher in the zone, get him to pop up, but I think they're telling him just to calm down and relax here and try to get this last out, because there's still 2 gone in a tight ball game. These Locos only down 2 runs. That's more than manageable for them to come back and win this ball game. So want to keep it here at just a 2-run deficit.
Price wasn't having a terrible start. I mean, obviously he had that run given up in the first 2 in the second, but, 3 2/3 pitched so far, 32 strikes, 27 balls. But in trouble here, came to the game with a 4.85 ERA in 26 innings pitched. ERA today, though, 12.26. So here is TJ Kella, San Jose State Spartan. You mentioned obviously 0-2, but a base hit here could really do some damage for the Monarchs. Takes the first pitch ball from Landon Price. This probably is maybe his last inning. We'll see. Because he was being pretty economical, and now the pitches are getting up there. And that one smacked towards the shortstop, and going for first in the out there. They get it, but scoring is Arbini. It's all check that. That's the third out of the inning. Apologies there. Thought we still had one there after that almost sack fly, but the Monarchs do get a couple back and retake the lead 5-3. We head to the top of the fifth on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. We head to the top of the fifth. Monarchs get 2, and we're lucky to get the second run of that inning when Arbini almost ran himself out of the inning, and the throw from the pitcher, Price, went into the outfield, trying to double him off after the Monarchs decided not to try to have the runner from third tag and score. But 2 runs in, they're back in the lead after giving up 3 in the top of the fourth, and now leading things off for the Locos is Jack Porter. For the third time tonight, he's at a fly out to center and a ground out to second. And he takes the first pitch ball from Quinn Konashevsky, who had 2 quick outs in relief of Arbini last inning. And there's a strike down the pipe from the All-Star, Quinn Konashevsky. It's nice that the Monarchs had 3 All-Stars. It looks like most of the team for the Locos is headed to the All-Star game for Lima, excuse me.
Yeah, you got 2 completely different teams right now. Monarchs are going for win number 10. Locos are going for win number 20. So complete different
the records
sides
are completely inverted. 19-7, 9-17. Almost inverted. And it's now 3-1 on Jack Porter, the designated hitter. Love a quick inning here by Konashevsky. That one smacked a mile in the air towards right field. Can McGuire get to it? He can. And 1 up, 1 down to start the fifth. Remember, if you're just joining us, 2 7-inning games, so Monarchs just need 8 more outs, and they can win this thing. 8 defensive outs, that is.
I'd like Konashevsky to go all the way finishing out this game as well. Unless he starts having control issues and walking a couple people, we're not going to see anybody else come out of that bullpen.
Go all the way. There's a nice 80s song for you. Landon Underhill up, put it on the Underhill's tab. First time up, ground out to first. Second time up, a single and a run scored. As he faces Monarchs pitching for the third time in this first of the twin bill here to close out the series against the Locos. And that one almost hits him. 1-1 on second baseman Landon Underhill, one of the best players on this team from McLennan Community College. A JUCO power, a sophomore from Hearst, Texas. That one hits him. And you don't want to see that become a trend. We've seen it too many times via Monarchs pitchers.
Yeah, Konashevsky's going to make a quick adjustment, though. We've seen other guys that physically cannot make the adjustment and continue to throw the same pitches and walk, hit people. But Quinn has the ability to tweak things on the mound, as we've seen in the past. He'll correct certain things very quickly and is able to get back. And also is a lefty hitter where he left it up and out, and right now Underhill is still a little shaken up over it. But a right-handed hitter here, it's a little easier for Konashevsky to locate, especially on that outside corner.
Here comes cleanup hitter and third baseman Justin Rumfield. Grounded out to first. His first time up, walked and scored a run in his second at bat. And now he's got a runner on with one down, that outside the zone. Konashevsky's got to settle himself down here. He came in, did such a great job getting those 2 outs after the trouble for J.J. Arbini. Inherited a couple runners there and didn't allow any to score. That one smacked into center field. Dresselhaus on his horse, gets it. And now 2 down, and Konashevsky, it seems, whenever trouble might be brewing, he calms himself down. We've seen it all season long and seems to recommand himself.
Yeah, all 4 outs so far have been flyouts to the right side, either to center or right field. So he's getting these guys out and in the air. Nice grab from Dresselhaus, tracking it in the gap.
Here's Cade Bellew. Last time up, scored a run after an error, and he smacks one towards the second baseman, Gameni, who easily puts him out. And there you go, the quick inning the Monarchs so desperately needed after getting the lead back. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Michigan leads at 5-3 on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Anybody want some goat cheese? Dan Leach back with Tom Cavanaugh. New pitcher for, excuse me, the Locos is Alex Figueroa from Goat Cheese College. Kidding, coaches. Final numbers on Landon Price: 4 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, faced 22 batters. Here's your numbers on Alex Figueroa, born February 3rd, 2004, 5'11", sophomore out of Tucson, Arizona, at Cochise College, 160 pounds. He's 1-0 with a 2.79 ERA. This will be his 6th appearance. He started 1 game, 19 in the 3rd innings pitched, 11 putouts, 12 walks, 13 hits. Strikeouts, but, you know, putouts are more for outfielders. Many people knew what I meant. And hitting the first batter, never a good thing. So on is Mason McGuire. Here comes Tony Hatzigiorgio, who I believe is 3 for 3, right?
2 for 2. This will be his 3rd at-bat.
This could be a 3 for 3.
Yeah, Hatzigiorgio and Scoop Hart, back-to-back hitters right here, are both 2 for 2 and have both scored twice.
Really put some pressure on the Locos here. You got a couple more runs. First pitch out. Oh, late call there. By player Jeremy Williams. Sure looked like it was outside the zone, but that one did cross and kiss the quarter of the plate. So here's an 0-1. New pitcher, Alex Figueroa. And a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there. That was a disappearing breaking ball for sure.
Yeah, Hatzigiorgio's left foot was all the way in his own dugout right there. That pitch swung back all the way into the zone.
He was halfway back to Wayne State. Here's an 0-2. And take it off for second, and there you get him at second.
Wow.
Nice throw there from Caleb Hurd, and the good start to the inning is over. Mason McGuire tagged out at second.
Strike him out, throw him out. You rarely see it, but my goodness, Caleb Hurd He stuck it for strike 3, made sure the strike call was made, and threw it down to second. A bullet to get the runner. That was awesome.
And now first pitch swing at Scoop Harden. He's trying to go for 3 for 3, and he does. 3 for 3, Scoop Harden. He's on with a 2-out single. And I hate to bring this up again, Tom, but as bad as the Monarchs have been at turning double plays or, trying to get runners gunned down when they're stealing bases, the Locos have been perfection for the most part.
They really have. And a strike them out, throw them out is one of those things that makes your eyebrows rise and go, oh, this team is legit if they can pull off stuff like that. That was awesome.
And here comes J.J. Arbini. First time up, he walked. Second time up with a single. He looks in at Alex Figueroa on relief of Landon Price. That in for a strike, 0-2 on Arbini with the runner on first and 2 down, but the Monarchs lead this thing 5-3.
Heavy breaking balls here. These have been great pitches so far.
And that outside the zone for a 1-2 count. 1-2, 2 down. Monarchs up by 2 in the first of 2. 7-inning contest after yesterday's game got postponed due to the bad weather in the Metro Detroit area. That one skips its way to home plate and the Brook backstop, and going to second easily is Scoop Harden. Tom, we've mentioned it's an advantage and a disadvantage at times based on the situation, that being a 65 feet difference from home plate to that brick backstop in front of our broadcast position.
Yeah, the thing that plays the biggest role, though, is the brick. The ball bounces off the brick right back to home plate, unlike that green padding that you normally see, which deadens the ball straight down.
2s are wild, 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs. Runner on second, swing and a miss, and the Monarchs are done for this 5th inning. Beanie down on strikes. We head to the top of the 6th. Tom Cavanaugh takes over. Monarchs up by 2 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the 6th inning. Lima Locos trail the Michigan Monarchs here in Howell, Michigan, home of your Michigan Monarchs. Quinn Konashevsky takes the mound for his 3rd inning of work in relief of J.J. Arbini, who had a sensational first 3 innings of work, toppled off in that 4th where he gave up 3 runs. Konashevsky came in, got a few to end that threat, coasted through the 5th, and is now here in the 6th. Ground ball off the glove of the second baseman, Gemeni. It trickles into right field. Leadoff batter Connor Ashby is aboard. Nice swing from Ashby going the other way, and it's exactly what Lima needs. Down by 2, it's 5-3 Monarchs here in the top of the 6th inning. Remember, folks, 7 innings is all we're playing today here in Game 1. Game 2 will start just after the conclusion of this game, maybe 25 to 30 minutes after. Konashevsky with that kind of 3/4 arm angle, not sidearm, but not completely over the top, and it's cutting away from this lefty here, Colton Schaller. He's down 0-1 after the foul ball. Konashevsky tosses over to first base to draw back the runner Ashby. A lot of stolen bases on this team for the Locos. We talked about Zarlingo. Zarlingo, excuse me. He's got 11 to lead the team. Jack Porter's got 4. Martinez with 5. Ashby at first. He's got 3. Wind still blowing out heavily to right field. Fastball outside corner. Nice pitch from Quinn. 0-2 to Colton Schaller now. Colton, a sophomore from Kent State. Another pick over to first base. Schaller with a sacrifice fly out to right field his last time. Was part of the 3-run 4th inning. Wags that bat over the left shoulder. Waits for the 0-2. On the corner, strike 3. He got him. Nice pitch from Quinn Konashevsky. Dots it up on the lower outside half. 1 gone. Great adjustment there after giving up the leadoff single to Ashby. For the Monarchs, their innings tend to compile and go south for them when the first 2 to 3 batters get on. If any of the pitchers allow the first runner aboard and they quickly get the next guy or 2, it makes for a much more manageable inning. Caleb Hurd, he's 1 for 2 with an RBI today. Fouls the 1-0 pitch back to the screen, makes it 1-1. Hurd sporting the red helmet as he's coming from University of New Mexico, entering his sophomore season. As a true catcher there, we just saw him throw out a runner for the Monarchs, so we know he's got a cannon. Strike 2 set in there from Quinn, and this is why he's an all-star. Konashevsky, the ability to throw strikes on the inner and outside corner to righties or lefties, it really doesn't matter. 1-2 pitch. They're going to throw it over to first base to run back the runner again. Quinn does it better than most. Trying to get out number 2 here on Caleb Hurd. 1-2, high and away. Long look in for Konashevsky. Wags the arm without the ball. Now comes set with the ball in it. 2-2 pitch. High fly ball from Hurd in the left center gap. Coasting over, going to be Dresselhaus. No, making the catch out there is Thielman. DJ Kella came out of the game this past inning. And Avery Thielman reels one in left field. Apologies, folks, for the switch up there in the outfield. TJ Kella and Mason McGuire actually switched positions. We saw Thielman getting warm last inning, so just had a hunch he might be out there. But McGuire moves to left field, and out to right goes Kella. Dresselhaus stays in center field. 1 ball, no strikes now to Kyle Ashworth. 2 gone in a 5-3 game. Monarchs have been battling, but they have a 2-run lead. Strike called on the outside corner. Ball in the dirt. Not blocked by Alasso. It's going to get by him. Down to second goes Ashby. He takes a large turn, and now it's a runner in scoring position for the Locos with 2 outs. We're in the top of the 6th of 7 innings. 4 outs to go if you're the Monarchs on the mound. We talked about it earlier. Konashevsky likely to take the Monarchs all the way through the rest of this contest, barring any location issues or multiple walks, which he has not done all year long. It's very uncharacteristic of him to do that. 2-1 pitch pulled on the ground. Harden can't make the play. It's going to be Gameni who runs the ball in. Nobody was at first base to cover. Runners move up to first and third. Infield hit for Kyle Ashworth. It was a nice dive from Harden at first. The ball snuck under his glove, and Gameni couldn't throw the ball to anybody. Konashevsky wasn't there, and Harden was diving the opposite way. Just a funky play there, has runners on first and third with 2 outs. Tying run over at first. Anthony Zarlingo 0 for 2 with a walk. Little excuse me, tap fouled on the first base line. Almost came back fair, but a couple inches foul as Scoop picks it up. Konashevsky again, shakes off, now nods. The 0-1. Tapped on the ground to the first base side, Harden. He's got to throw it on to Konashevsky. On the first, did they get him? Yes! Konashevsky covers the bag on the PFP. Nice play from Scoop Harden to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the sixth, 5-3 Monarchs on top of the Lima Locos here at home. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. Monarchs looking to add a few more to their lead. 5-3 over the Lima Locos here in the bottom of the sixth inning of game one of the doubleheader. Jacob Gamini swings at the first pitch and skies it in the air to right. Cade Bellew battles the sun and makes the catch with ease. One away here in the bottom of the sixth. Back to the top of the lineup in Jake Dresselhaus. So an uncommon late lead for the Monarchs. They won a series last week against the Sandusky Bay Ice Haulers. All of those games were tough. And you look back at the first game of this series, it was a 12-2 loss and also dropped 2 of 3 to the Royal Oak Leprechauns. So currently on a 3-game losing streak are the Monarchs as Dresselhaus takes strike one. Swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball from Figueroa to make it 0-2. Tall righty Figueroa from the sidearm angle. Swing and a miss. Gets Dresselhaus there. Switched up the arm angle on Jake and right there on 3 pitches sits him down. Figueroa from Tucson, Arizona. Going to be a sophomore next year at Cochise College out there in Arizona. Him and one other player, Martinez. That ball down and away. Cooper Vance today 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Accounts for that run back in the first inning after the Dresselhaus triple. Makana Alasso waits on deck if we're able to get there. Vance taps that one right back to the screen. 1-2 now. It's been a very quick inning for Alex Figueroa and the Locos trying to get back in. Have a little bit of a defensive change next inning. Going to get those 2U at the top. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 5-3 lead for the Monarchs. Swing and a miss. Vance goes down swinging, and Figueroa makes very quick work of the Monarchs in the bottom of the sixth. We go top 7, 5-3, Monarchs over the Locos here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
And here we go, Dan Leach back with Tom Cavanaugh. Can the Monarchs start off this prophetic call by myself of the start of a 2-game doubleheader sweep and get out of this one with a 5-3 win? We do have a couple of switches for you. TJ Kella is out. Mason McGuire shifts to left field, and Silas the Butler did it. Moves to the right. Tom, it makes sense of why Kelton Caldwell decided to make those moves here in the top of the 7th, which is in essence the top of the 9th. Yeah,
they were in their last inning as well, but Butler plays first right field traditionally, so that's why McGuire moved over into left. And McGuire and Butler are just a little bit better fielders, so glad to be out there. And obviously Dresselhaus in center needs to be there.
Here's Jack Porter, 0 for 3. Start of the last gasp hope here for the Locos in game 1. Takes a strike down the middle, and Quinn Konashevsky has been fantastic so far on a relief of JJRB. 3 innings, scattered 4 hits. Did allow a couple earned runs, but 2 walks and a strikeout. That right to Dresselhaus, barely had to move. 1 up, 1 down. Monarchs 2 outs away from starting off this twin bill in high fashion.
Different day for Jack Porter. 4 for 5 in game 1 on Tuesday. He's 0 for 4 today.
Landon Underhill has gotten on twice in 3 at-bats. He had a single and a run scored in the 4th to get hit by a pitch in the 5th, first time up. Grounded out to first. Yeah, totally night and day for Underhill.
Extremely.
For Porter, excuse me.
That's how baseball works. You can be hot one day and cold as ice the next.
Cold as ice. Here is the 1-0 down the pipe for a strike.
That's not the case for Konashevsky, though. Every time he comes out here, he hammers the zone, uses his off-speed on the outside to lefties, and gets guys out.
Here's the 1-1, and that's in the dirt. 2-1. 2 defensive outs away from winning the first of this doubleheader and snapping that nasty 3-game losing streak. And you got an all-star on the mound helping you try to do it in Quinn Konashevsky. Here's the 2-1. And a bashed ball into right field in front of Butler. It'll be a 1-out single for Landon Underhill. You don't want to give any hope to this very talented Locos offense.
No, that's 2 really hard-hit balls. Porter's one was right at Dresselhaus in center field, but Underhill there finds the right spot, and you're right. These guys can swing it.
Rumfield 1 for 2 with a, or 1 for 3, excuse me. The walk and a run scored. 1 for 2. Oh, I looked at the wrong thing. Ground out, fly out, and a walk and a run scored in the 4th for Justin Rumfield, the 3rd baseman. And he chops one past Scoop Harden, and I think digging for 3rd will be Underhill. It is. Underhill's there safely, and so is Rumfield. 2nd and 3rd, 1 down, and this happened really, really quickly, Tommy.
It did. Silas Butler cannot make that throw on to 3rd base because he doesn't hit the cutoff there. The ball goes all the way to 3rd. That allows the runner Rumfield to get on to 2nd base.
We've got a pitch hitter, number 39, Eduardo Martinez, who played in game number 1. He comes into this game with a .266 average. Game number 1, he was up 5 times, had 3 strikeouts, 1 looking, 2 swinging, hit by a pitch, scored a run, and also flew out to right field. And he's up in a huge spot here with a single, possibly tying the ball game.
He's hitting for Bellew, who's smacked the ball hard today.
First pitch, strike. Good way to start him off. This is what you want. You want best on best here. Konashevsky has shown that even after a couple hiccups, he can really reassert himself and get right back in command. All he needs is 2 outs. Don't have to worry about the 4th run. You got to worry about the 5th run. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a miss. Down 0-2 is the pitch hitter, Eduardo Martinez. Another Cochise College player, much like the pitcher Alex Figueroa, and a sophomore from Douglas, Arizona. I believe in Douglas today it's 124 degrees. They're about to break a bunch of records out west. I feel bad for him. Got a lot of friends in Vegas, Arizona, California. Death Valley might get to 130, hottest ever. You can fry an egg, man. Here's the 0-2. Big spot in this ball game. Top of the 7th. And it's outside, 1-2. And if you're just joining us, this is a 7-inning contest like game 2. It's the rules for doubleheaders in the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. Monarchs holding on to that 5-3 lead by the hair of their chinny chin chin. And that one strikes him out! down on strikes, looking as the pinch hitter Eduardo Martinez. He just stood there for about 5 seconds. You can't complain about that pitch. It was right in the strike zone for Quinn Konashevsky.
Quinn put it in the best spot, upper outside corner to the big righty who struck out 3 times the other day, so chances of him going down there looking or swinging were high, and Quinn put it in the best spot possible.
Ashby is the last hope here for the Locos. He's gotten on base twice. First time up, he flew out. He walked and had a single his next 2 times up. Takes a ball outside. Single likely could tie this game, but an out ends it. And that down the pipe for a strike, 1-1 on Ashby, the shortstop. You can taste it if you're a Monarchs fan right now.
Yeah, base hit ties it, though. Got to continue to execute here on the mound if you're Quinn.
Who is going to win this battle? We're going to find out shortly. The 1-1, and it's a chopper that should end the ball game. Vance gets it done, and the Monarchs win. Monarchs win, and they beat a really good team in the Lima Locos in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Moved to 10-17. They're in double-digit territory now. Locos dropped to 19-8, and Tom, this is just what the doctor ordered. The Monarchs are not going to the playoffs, but if they can have a nice, strong end of the season, it will show that the hard work will pay off. And to beat a good team like the Locos that smacked you in game number 1 for the postponement yesterday in the first of this twin bill, it makes you feel really good if you're a Michigan Monarch.
Exactly, Dan. Taking a big game, a very close game to the second team in the North Division, I think that's great. When you look at it up and down the board, a few big hits, but J.J. Arbini helped himself out mightily with a big hit in the 5th inning. After the Locos came back, tied the game 3-3, he responded right away, gave them the 4-3 lead, gave Quinn Konashevsky the win, and the Monarchs going home happy here in Game 1.
And listen, I think that the player of the game is Quinn Konashevsky. I mean, I think you can obviously make a case. Scoop Harden had a great, stab at first base. You mentioned the offense there. Hatsa Giorgio, Scoop Harden, 3 for 3. If we want to throw in someone offensively, I have no problem with that. But I think that Konashevsky coming on in relief from J.J. Arbini, getting the win, keeping things where they needed to be. I know he allowed a couple of runs, but no, he didn't. It just shows that in the stats, which is a mistake. But Konashevsky, came in and showed why he's an all-star.
100%. He threw the best pitches in the biggest moments, and he got things done. He was incredible. I think Arbini gets the 1A for the player of the game just because he had the game-winning hit, gave them the lead, and from then on, it was lights out from the Monarchs. Let's see if they can keep up with that in Game 2 because I know the Locos are frustrated with that loss, and they're going to be firing on all cylinders in Game 2.
Yeah, and we're thinking, because Konashevsky was supposed to start Game 2, we're thinking it's going to be
Thielman.
Avery Thielman, who was warming up, throwing a bullpen before game number 1. We will have the correct final numbers for Quinn Konashevsky. We come back. We apologize. The point streak stats, which is the statistics that are used for this league for the official stats purposes, shows 2 earned runs. He did not have 2 earned runs. So we'll clean that up when we come back for game number 2, about 30 minutes from now. And like we said, we think it's going to be Avery Thielman, who also can play in the field. And bats too, so he's one of those dual threat guys like J.J. Arbini. He looks like he'll be the starter for game number 2. We'll let you know who the Locos are starting as well. But the big news here is Quinn Konashevsky gets the win, and as our player of the game, the Monarchs hang on and beat a good Locos team 5-3. Game 2 coming up in just a little bit. We'll see you then on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. And welcome into beautiful Lake Trust Field on a beautiful night for baseball. We're about to start Game 2 of the Twin Bill. Good news for the Monarchs. They stopped that 3-game losing streak in Game 1. 5-3 with some really good pitching in relief of J.J. Arbini. Actually, J.J. Arbini started the game pretty well, but then Quinn Konashevsky came in after Arbini got in some trouble and shut things down, got the win, some timely hitting, some great stuff by Scoop Harden, great defensive play by him at first base, and getting on base a lot, and really just a complete team effort to stop that losing streak, Tommy.
All the wins that the Monarchs have been picking up in the last week or so have been those complete games that they're winning by 1 or 2 runs because they're playing against pretty solid competition. Where you're the 5th or 6th best team in this North Division, you're going to be playing talent level that's higher than you. And these guys are doing just that, and they've been competing very well. The pitching's been a lot better, as we saw earlier today, and they look to follow it up here in Game 2 because, Dan, you talked about it. It'd be really nice if they could sweep both of these right here because they just took a 2-game lead up on the Jet Box for 5th place. So you never know. You want to crawl up a little bit extra and gain a little more experience and a couple more wins.
We'll see if I'm a prophet because I said it before the doubleheader. I said I think they're going to sweep these games, and you looked at me like I was a crazy person, which I am, but I'm also very good at that stuff. Let's get into the starting lineups. On the mound for the visiting Locos, 19-8, second in the North Division, Stephen Cash Money. He is 0-0 with a 2.57 ERA, 2 games. This will be his 3rd start. 7 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 hits. Pretty good numbers in limited innings for Stephen Cash. And now how about that lineup for the Locos? 6 of their 9 batters, all-stars.
That's insane. Starting off with Anthony Zarlingo in left field. Batting second, playing shortstop, Connor Ashby. Landon Underhill batting third, playing second base.
Put it on the Underhills tab.
Justin Rumfield at first, batting fourth. The DH tonight, Cade Bellew. He's batting fifth. Eduardo Martinez, he's in center, batting sixth. The catcher tonight, Hudson Parker for Game 2. At the hot corner over at third, batting eighth, Aiden Coffey. And rounding out the lineup, the right fielder, Kyle Ashworth. As Dan, as you said, Stephen Cash gets the ball for the Locos.
By the way, nothing like a cup of coffee in between a doubleheader, and now you got him in the lineup. All right, how about the starting lineup for those Michigan Monarchs on the mound? Jake Wolfert, he will start for the first time since I've been calling games. You were calling a game when I wasn't here that he started for this Monarchs team. He's 0-0 with a 2.34 ERA. This will be his 2nd start. He's appeared in 2 games, 7 2/3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts, 5 walks, just 2 hits, so pretty good numbers in limited innings for him as well.
He was incredible in those 4 innings that he threw in a start, just 1 earned run, 1 hit. Didn't strike anybody out, so it's going to be a lot of contact here against the Locos, but I'm excited for him. For the Monarchs, they're going to start things off with Jake Dresselhaus. He is not in the field today. Going to be DHing here in Game 2. Silas Butler gets the call for center field. He's batting second. Batting third, playing third base, TJ Kella. He moves in from the outfield. Batting cleanup, TJ Potkova. He is in left now. Mason McGuire is at second base, batting fifth. Zechariah Salinas gets behind the dish to do some catching for Wolfert. He's batting sixth. Playing first base, batting seventh, Avery Thielman. Could see him in relief later today. Batting eighth, Mason Malish. He's poked out there in right. And batting last, Steven Cassis at shortstop for the Monarchs. Should be a good game, Dan. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as always. Welcome in all the fans watching. We know we have a lot of Lima Loco fans here as well, so you can follow us on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty for the great Tom Cavanaugh. His brother Drew Cavanaugh was drafted a couple days ago by the Giants in the Major League Baseball draft. You can follow myself at Dan Leach DTM. And I can't believe it, for the first time ever, we did not give your family, your mom Beatrice, your Julie, and your dad Tom Sr., and we talked about Drew. We did not give them a shout out. And welcome in. And as we mentioned, the whole family, Scoop Harden is here, including favorite child, the middle daughter, Riley is here. She's a diver at University of Toledo. What do you expect me to do, dive for it? I said that to them when I was out there in between games, and I'm like, she's never seen Major League, has she? And Scoop Senior's like, no. I'm like, you better go watch that movie. But I actually said it because she's a diver. So we got a nice crowd out here. It's a beautiful day for baseball. We're going to get set for game number 2 of this Twin Bill. This will be another 7-inning contest. And leading things off for the 19-8 Lima Locos, number 4, Anthony Zarlingo. Game number 1, he had a walk. That's it. Averages 247 coming in. Takes a strike off the hand of Jake Wolfert. Both these starters for the two teams 0-0 with very similar ERAs, very similar numbers in limited innings. And now you got a first pitch was a strike, I thought. No, I'm sorry, it's 2-0. Long day for us both. My mind is always crazy in the first place. Thought I heard him say strike. I'm like, what? And that's outside ball 3. You don't want to get a leadoff walk here. Umpires have flipped. Jeremy Williams will be in the field, and Thomas Burrell behind the plate. They were the reverse in game number 1. Here's the, it is 2-1. I knew I wasn't crazy. Tom, I for once you could have said I wasn't crazy. I thought there was a strike on the first pitch. 3-1. A lot of times Tom has to admit that I am nuts, but that's part of the charm. And it's always a dream to work with me. There's the 3-1, and he does. And now it's 0-0.
I was right.
I guess so. Well, I never said you were wrong. What is going on with the scoreboard? That's 3-2, I think.
I think it is 2. Burrell.
Yeah, here's the 3-2, we think. And it's skied a mile in the air towards the shortstop. Steven Cassis calling him off as TJ Potkovic catch 1 up, 1 down after a very confusing bat sequence. But nonetheless, we know it's 1 out, my friend. We know it's 1 down. And I just keep looking at that Lima Locos bus that looks like the Entenmann's logo. You're like, yeah, they make the donuts. You got to try their raspberry coffee cake. It's a delight of my people, my Jewish people.
It's tough to get that in the Cavanaugh household, though. We have a few sweets, but they're very few and far between.
Well, I've cut them off. I'm doing my 4 or 5 mile walks a day. Taking a strike here is Connor Ashby, one of the 6 All-Stars in the batting lineup for the Locos in this game. Ashby in game number 1, a hit, a walk, comes in batting .231 out of Kent State University, a sophomore from North Canton, Ohio. I just wonder what's better. Would you rather be from North Canton or South Canton? Because I don't want to be from South Detroit because that's Windsor.
I don't know anybody from South Canton, but
I know some people from West Canton. Real shady individuals, though. Here's the 1-1. Nobody on. Swing and a miss. Foul tip back, and it's 1-2. And I like what we're seeing early on here from Jake Wolfert.
He's always going to pitch to contact. In those 4 innings, we said no strikeouts. He did walk 2 guys, but either way, everything's in and around the zone and going to be competitive for these Locos hitters.
Here comes a 1-2. Just getting going here in game number 2. It's a 5-3 win to stop the 3-game losing streak for those Michigan Monarchs. And Wolfert out of Macomb Community College, the Fighting Pine Trees? Why are you shaking your head at me like that? I'm normally pretty good at least guessing the nicknames. There's a high ball for a full count. What is Macomb
3-2.
CC?
They're the Monarchs.
That's right, the Monarchs. Sophomore from Heartland, Michigan, the home of Emily Marone, good friend of mine, top sales girl at WHMI. By the way, today time we're 7 weeks away. As here comes the 3-2, and it's chopped towards the shortstop, Cassis. Can he range over and make the play? He cannot. He pulled Thielman off first, and he couldn't tag him, and that could have been 2 outs, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Throw sailed a little bit high and inside towards the line. That's an E6 all day on Cassis.
Yikes.
He's used to playing second base, so a much shorter throw that he's used to than that one slinging it across the diamond. So got to make an adjustment now.
Here's Landon, put it on the Underhills tab. Fletch fame, he scored a run in game number 1, had 2 hits, comes in batting .304, third best on the Locos roster. So this could have been a quick inning. It still could be, but should be nobody on and 2 outs. Instead, it's 1 on, 1 out, and a very dangerous, another all-star hitter for the Locos, number 31, Landon Underhill. And the runner's off, and this is always an adventure, and oh, he's out! The Monarchs throw out a base runner. Can you believe it? I hate to jest there, but Salinas with a beautiful throw to Cassis, and they get Ashby out.
Doesn't get any more perfect than that. What a throw from Salinas. The tag, oh, that's perfection right there.
So there you go. Now you do have the 2 outs and nobody on, and Underhill looking at a 1-1. I was mentioning 7 weeks away from today. We start my WHMI high school football game of the week at the Big House, your favorite place, next to Spartan Stadium.
No, Big House is my favorite place. It's where I saw a fumble with the snap.
Don't even remind me about
in
that
person.
Game.
That was
you're
great.
You're not allowed to bring that game up. It was what, 5 years ago?
The amount of adults over the age of 50 that were men that were crying their eyes out was incredible.
I wasn't crying.
Awesome.
I was laughing because I couldn't. I just sat there with my brother-in-law. Ooh, thought it was a strikeout there. Said it's just a ball on Underhill. I was sitting there with my dad and brother-in-law. My dad's 75 now. At that time, he was like 70. He's still in decent shape, but older. He sprinted to the exit, like we're on the aisle, like he was a kid. And I just sat there and started laughing. Couldn't believe it. Here's the 2-2. And he gets him on strikes. What a start for the Monarchs again. Underhill can't believe it, but we head to the bottom of the first, and it was a 1-2-3 inning after all that. And just like that, we head to the bottom of the first. Monarchs will bat on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Dan Leach alongside the great Tommy Cavanaugh. Great to have you along for the ride. Game number 2 of the Twin Bill, and a good start for the Monarchs after what looked like it was going to be 2 outs, nobody on, and a bad throw from Cassis to the first baseman Thielman, but then a great throw from Salinas to Cassis to tag out Connor Ashby at second, and they do go down 1-2-3, and here comes Stephen Cash Money, number 35 for this Locos team. He's 0-0 with a 2.57 ERA. This will be his third start in his third game. 7 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 hits. Very similar numbers to Jake Wolfer. They both pitched about 7 innings. They both have similar numbers and have looked pretty good in 7 innings so far.
It's another lefty here for the Locos, and as you were saying, 2 outings for Wolfert. As you said, same for Cash, 2 outings, but the only difference is 2 strikeouts over those 2 appearances for Wolfert, 7 strikeouts over 7 innings for Cash here. So look for a swing and a miss. This tall lefty's going to be dropping off some curveballs and sliders on the inside to these right-handed hitters.
And here's dangerous leadoff hitter Jake Dressloff. Sprays the first pitch to the right and out of play. He did have a run and a hit and a ribby. Also a strikeout in game number 1, coming in averaging .288. Top 5 batting averages on this squad. He hit his triple in game number 1, right? Another triple into his second. And takes a ball. It's 1-1 on Jake Dresselhaus from Michigan State. He liked trouble to snap, too. And he strikes him out. And just kind of froze him there, did Stephen Cash. Dresselhaus, just all he could do is walk away.
That was a fastball in the upper outer corner where Landon Underhill of the Locos struck out to end the top of the first. Right there, Stephen Cash returns the favor, puts it in the exact same spot. Thomas Burrow, the home plate umpire, going to be calling that all day long.
And here's Silas Butler, going to see him in the lineup. He came in as a defense substitution late in game number 1, didn't bat in game number 1. Third best batting average on the team at .341, 6 runs scored, 15 hits, and is driven in 1, and 44 at bats coming into game number 2 here tonight. Takes a strike on the first pitch. Here's the second offering from Cash. And that outside ball 1.
Yeah, he's not going to miss by much.
Sorry,
he's going to be very close on the that outside corner.
We always talked about how different umpires have different strike zones. That's part of the fun of the game. And that went down the pipe. Kind of froze Butler there. Butler out of Cumberland University, the Fighting Cucumbers. I made that up. Junior from Stockbridge, Georgia. I don't know if you ever looked up the Cumberland University nickname. All right, my guess is the Wagoneers. And a swing and a miss, down on strikes. First 2 down on strikes for Stephen Cash. That time it was Butler, and now up is TJ Kella. And he is playing third base in game number 2. Game number 1 played left field. He didn't register anything aside from 3 at-bats and a bunch of groundouts. That one fouled back, coming in averaging in this game .270. All right, the Phoenix. I was way off. Swanson, Samsonite, what Wagoneers? I mean, I just felt like
I don't know.
was
That's
like in Oregon or something. And that one sprayed foul as well, down quickly 0-2 is the number 3 hitter, TJ Kella. So both pitchers have a chance here to have 1, 2, 3 first inning scenarios. Working quickly is Stephen Cash. Shakes off the catcher, Hudson Parker. And that outside, 1 and 2.
And we have Stephen Cash here, obviously dominating with the fastball, locating well. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the game. If you're the Monarchs here, want to try to jump on a first pitch that looks really good or try to work through these counts here, get to a full count, and try to draw a walk.
Here's the 1-2. And, almost thought he had his third strikeout in a row. If you're just joining the broadcast the first time, where you been? We miss you, and now are happy to have you. Dimensions here at Lake Trust Stadium, beautiful park, AstroTurf, 330 to left and right field, 420 in the gaps, 440 straightaway center field, and 65 feet from home plate to the brick backstop behind us, or in front of us. That one sprayed foul out of play, and staying alive is TJ Kella. 2 and 2 with 2 down here, bottom 1. Game 2 after a Monarchs 5-3 win against one of the best teams in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. Would love to get that sweep.
That would be huge.
2s are wild. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs. And that outside the zone. Love to see Kella work a walk here or get on base another way.
Yeah, when you see a guy like Cash come up here, start to dominate early on, your goal is to make him throw a lot of pitches, try to get him out of the game. Kella's doing that.
Here's the 3-2, and he chops one towards the third baseman, Aiden Cup of Coffee. Coffee to Rumpfield, and that's the end of the inning. It is a 1-2-3 frame for both teams in the first. We head to the top of the second. Scoreless on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Tim Riley is here. I guess there wasn't a Drake concert tonight.
He gets a big shout out though, because he just threw on the scoreboard here.
Oh,
he did not have on for game 1. I wanted to give him some props here for adding that on because he's our broadcast engineer, and it's good that he's back.
He's one of the best, and he did see Drake 5 nights in a row, including he went all the way to Phoenix to see a show. Saw the 2 shows in Detroit, and I think the other ones were in Montana. Hannah, Montana? I was talking to Tim about it. He said, good show. Sound system not great, which I'm not surprised because LCA is great, but some of the artists that go there, they don't, they have some issues with the sound system. That one sprayed towards center field, picked up by McGuire. Can he throw him out? He can. He gets him just in time. And Justin Rumfield, yet another all-star for this Locos team, is stunned, and what a play there by McGuire.
Tough play, man. That's a one-hop skip off the turf that got on McGuire quickly. He was handcuffed, but was able to take that second extra 2-step to reposition his feet and throw a bullet onto first base. Well done for the first out.
2-step, great Dave Matthews song. And that in for a strikeout, Cade Bellew. Bellew in game number 1 for this Locos squad. And a run, a ribby, comes in batting .265. That skips up. Talk about a skip and a jump. That skips up to the plate, and it's a 1-1 count on Bellew. Yet another all-star, 6 all-stars in all. 6 of the 9 batters are all North all-stars. Bellew from Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama. That one outside for ball 2. It's Jake Wolfert getting his second start of the season, 0-0 with a 2.34 ERA and 7 2/3 innings pitched. So far, so good tonight. Here's the 2-1. And that one chopped foul. And what a two-handed bare hand grab by Tyler Anderson, the assistant coach for the Lima Locos. Maybe you should throw that guy in the field.
Yeah, we always love to see when the coaches on either first or third base side make a nice play. But when they bobble it or miss it, you got to give them a little bit of beef too, yeah.
All right, here's a 2-2. So far, Wolford has worked quickly and efficiently. Bellew gets ready. The DH in this game, that chop foul, he'll get another one.
You can see Bellew continuing to pull the ball towards the first base side. He had 2 hot shots, one for a single, one for a ground out last game. But if you're Wolford here, want to continue to leave the ball on the outside part of the plate there so he can hook around it and hit something lazy to the right side.
Here's a 2-2 with one down, nobody on, and that inside, ball 3. Jake Wolford, imagine from Macomb Community College. The Phoenix, a sophomore from Heartland, Michigan, at 28 1/3 innings pitched and 32 Ks for the Phoenix this season. Here's the 3-2, and that strikes him out. And walking towards first in a daze was Bellew. You gotta wait for the call. We've seen this so many times, Tom, both with Monarchs, but more so the opposing fans here at Lake Trust. Why don't you just wait a second, make sure it's a ball, and maybe half the time you might not get tossed on a strike.
Guys get antsy. They want to get down there. Some want to swing it. Some just assume that it's ball 4. And so far today, I mean, behind the plate, Thomas Burrows had a pretty good zone. It's been consistent.
2 strikeouts looking so far in an inning and 2/3 for Jake Wolford. And now it's Eduardo Martinez. Didn't play in game number 1 until he came in as a pinch hitter late. He's got another all-star playing center fielder from Cochise College, Douglas, Arizona, where they're going to set record temperatures possibly over the next couple of days. You could literally wake up in the morning and by 8 o'clock fry an egg in Douglas, Arizona. It would taste very good on the concrete, but you could fry it for...
That's a little extra seasoning.
Yeah, I mean, just a little salt and dirt. And that one sprayed foul. And quickly down 1 and 2 is Martinez. Both pitchers working pretty quickly so far in this one. And that's not a problem for us.
No, it's had good control. Both of these guys doing a great job of getting people out.
Tim said if this game's under an hour and 40 minutes, free Jimmy John's for everybody. So I'm excited about that. And that inside, ball 2. 2's wild again here. As Martinez waits from the delivery from Jake Wolford. Can you have 2 1-2-3 innings in a row to start off this one? And ball 3. So not yet. At least Wolford was smiling there. He's like, whoa, that was not where I was trying to place that pitch.
It's the 4th full count that Wolford's been to so far today. That's out of 8 batters.
Here comes the 3-2. That one right to the second baseman. McGuire with the second sterling play of the second inning. And we head to the bottom of the second, tied at 0 here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back with Tom Cavanaugh here at Lake Trust Stadium. It's been a quick work through the lineup for both pitchers so far. 6 up, 6 down for the, or I'm sorry, 7 up, 7 down for the Locos. And the first pitch by Pakova bounces into center field. And he almost thought about digging for second. Pakova didn't play game number 1, left fielder from Henry Ford Community College. By the way, Tom, we have 2 TJs batting in back-to-back order here in the Monarchs batting lineup. That's a rarity.
We had 2 Landons also in the lineup. Not today, though.
We just need TJ Hooker, William Shatner, to bat 5th, but instead it's Mason McGuire, who we love. McGuire playing second base out of Wayne State, the junior. Takes a ball from Stephen Cash. And in game number 1, McGuire struck out and a couple ground outs, and that skied into short right field, right center, and taken by Martinez, and that's the first out of the inning. And now up for the Monarchs, Zacharias Salinas, who didn't play in game number 1. He's catching game number 2 here. And Salinas comes in batting .269, 7 hits, 6 driven in 26 at-bats. We're number 26 from Grand Rapids Community College, sophomore from Canton, Michigan. Very good player for GRCC, Tommy.
Yeah, he had a lot of at-bats for them, as you said, and he's getting just a few here with the Monarchs, splitting time with 2 other catchers, but a lot of confidence in this kid. He threw out a runner last inning as well, got a great arm.
That one in there for a strike, according to umpire Thomas Burrell. Foul Tom on TC Cav _ Sparty. Myself at Dan Leach DTM on Twitter and Instagram and all the great social medias. Even Threads. We're both on Threads now. And that inside, ball 1, 1-1 with 1 down, runner on first for the Monarchs here.
Do you know if you try to delete that app, it'll delete your Instagram as well?
See, that's unfair.
Yeah, that's why I haven't posted, and I'm not going to.
Well, I did a couple welcome posts. Said, hey, what's up, Threadsters? Here's the 1-1. And that's in for a high strike. Up next would be Avery Thielman, Mason Malish, who didn't play game number 1, and Stephen Cassis to follow. Here is the 1-2. Lefty swings and misses, and strikeout for Stephen Cash. That's his 3rd that he's cashed in so far, pun intended. And now up is Avery Thielman, who didn't play game number 1, number 19, the first baseman. Western Michigan Broncos product from locally Kalamazoo. And Thielman comes in averaging .211, just 19 at-bats, 4 hits, 2 driven in. Love to get his 3rd RBI here. Swing and a miss on the first pitch from Stephen Cash. Both pitchers so far in this one, Tom, have looked pretty darn good.
They have, but Cash has looked impeccable right now. He's dropping changeups and sinkers right down at the feet of these hitters, and they're swinging over top of everything.
Here's the 0-1, and a swing and a miss. These pitches are disappearing in front of Monarchs batters. Good stuff from Stephen Cash.
I'm expecting to see a lot more strikeouts from him today. The Monarchs struck out 13 total times back in Game 3 of the Leprechaun series earlier this week.
Here's the 0-2 with 2 down, 1 on. Smacked inside the park in the middle of second and short, and that's going to be a base hit for Thielman. And here comes Mason Malish out of Schoolcraft Community College, a junior from local Howell, Michigan. 86 at-bats, 24 hits, batting .279 for Schoolcraft CC. And a chance to put the Monarchs on the scoreboard first like they did in game number 1. Monarchs led it 3-0, then it was tied 3-3. And they added on a couple more and won the game 5-3 with some great pitching in the end by Quinn Konashevsky. Looking to sweep the doubleheader and win the series. And first pitch between the 5-6 hole. Is it going to score a run? It should. Chugging around third and scoring easily to put the Monarchs up is TJ Potkova, and what a hit there by Malish on the first pitch, Tommy Baby.
Yes, sir. That's all you have to do right there. First pitch, head hunting. It was a fastball groove down the middle, and Malish put a great swing on it. Back-to-back hits with 2 outs. This team is coming alive late, and this is what we want to see from a squad that has been beaten a lot this year, and they need to scrap together runs, be a little scrappy at times, and they did it right here. Well done.
Steven Cassis didn't play in game number 1. He plays shortstop bats 9 today. Not a great average, but only 18 at bats. He does have a run, a hit, and 2 driven in, and he's got a chance to get his 3rd, maybe 4th, or 5th if he hits a home run. 2-out magic is what the Monarchs have been known for here at times at Lake Trust. Takes that one down the pipe, quickly down 0-2, and Stephen Cash is a strike away from limiting the damage to just 1 run here.
It's pretty incredible, too, just at how Cash looked through these first couple. He's got 3 strikeouts, fooled a lot of batters, and still, Monarchs are able to scrape together a run. It's different than how they have played in the past.
Yep, I really like the plate discipline and approach in game number 1. And that one sprayed foul. No room for Rumfield to make the play. In game number 1, I thought the Monarchs, maybe, I don't know if it was the best all season, but as far as at home, maybe their best at plate discipline and just game plan that we've seen them have offensively here.
100%. They did not have many strikeouts. They hit the ball hard and with intent as well. There weren't too many lazy swings we saw there in game 1. And here in game 2 as well, it's been good.
Here's the 0-2 on Cassis. That's outside the zone, 1-2. Runners on 1st and 3rd. Already a run in. Monarchs have 3 hits, just 1 so far for the Lima Locos. I think that maybe someday, and they've got a great ownership group there, but how about Jose Lima, the former Tiger, buys the Lima Locos? It can be his namesake. Here's the 1-2, and a swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Cassis, but 1 run in. Monarchs take that 1-run lead as we head to the top of the 3rd. Tom Cavanaugh takes over right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the 3rd inning, Michigan Monarchs with yet again another lead, 1-0. As Jake Wolfert takes the mound again to face the bottom half of this lineup, 7, 8, 9 due up for the Locos. Hudson Parker swings and taps the first pitch foul. Here at Lake Trust Stadium for game 2 of the doubleheader. 5-3 win in game 1 for the Monarchs. They're trying to follow that up here with a sweep. Would be their first sweep of the year at home in a doubleheader. Wolfert leaves it down. It's 1-1. RBI single for Mason Malish back in the 2nd inning is the difference right now. High pop-up from Parker. He did not play in game 1. It was Caleb Hurd behind the dish catching, and now it's Parker. Out of Texas Tech University, he's going to be a sophomore. He hails from Texas out of Rowlett. 1-2 pitch. Inside, it hits Parker with a fastball. Leadoff man's going to be aboard here. Catch you up on the day for Wolfert so far. He's got 2 strikeouts, hasn't allowed a hit, and does have a base runner. That was Connor Ashby, reached on an error back in the 1st, but Salinas, the catcher, threw him out. Aiden Coffey, the 3rd baseman, steps in that right-handed box, very tall. Bottom of the lineup coming up. Kyle Ashworth to round it out. He's on deck. 1 ball, no strikes to Coffey. Can't ask for a better day for baseball. It was pretty humid the last several days, but not today at all. Crisp breeze going on right now. Wolford leaves another pitch down. It's 2-0. Some movement in the bullpen at the moment for the Monarchs. Wolford takes a look down at first base. Now pitches. This ball's in the dirt again, blocked up by Salinas. 3 pitches spiked in the turf by Jake Wolford. Got to find a way to get that up. And you can see pitching coach Adam Castillo give the thumbs up to the reliever in the bullpen over there. There's a good chance he comes in the game at some point here. Monarchs need the win. Do not want to let it get out of hand. There's a strike called on the 3-0. We saw that back in game 1. It was J.J. Arbini who was great through the first 3 innings. Was roughed up in the 4th, loaded the bases, gave up a run, and Quinn Konashevsky had to come in to close the door. This one's on the ground to second, could be 2. Nice play, flip on to 2. They get the runner. Nice grab by McGuire. Steven Cassis sliding to his left, flips on to McGuire to get the lead runner, Parker. 1 out, the fielder's choice down for Coffey. So 1 out, 1 on for Kyle Ashworth, another lefty in this lineup for the Locos. Wolford sets that front foot just a little bit in front of the right. That's tucked in with the rubber. Fastball high and outside, 1-0. Locos looking for win number 20 on the year. Monarchs just picked up their 10th back in game 1. There's a fastball high and away again. Losing control right now is Wolford in the 3rd inning. Remember, he went 4 back in against the Ice Haulers last week in a 3-2 victory. That was pretty much it. 4 innings. He was up in the 80s, 90s pitch-wise. There's another ball, 3-0. Got a battle back here against the 9-hitter Ashworth. Fly out last time for Anthony Zarlingo. He waits on deck. 1-0 Monarchs. We're in the top of the 3rd. Ball 4, down and outside. So it'll be 2 runners on with 1 out for the leadoff man, Zarlingo, and pitching coach Adam Castillo is heading out to the mound as head coach Kelton Caldwell will make his way down to the bullpen. Unlikely to take him out at this moment, but you never know. Castillo usually the man out there to talk instead of pull a guy, but seems like Wolford's been okay so far. Had a strikeout in each of the first 2 innings, and so far here in the 3rd, it's been a hit batter, fielder's choice, almost turned a double play, and then Ashworth, he walked on 4 pitches. So as his infield gives him a quick pep, it'll be Zarlingo and company for the Locos with just 1 out. They're trying to mount another comeback. I know it's just 1 run, but they have been trailing all day long. Haven't had a lead yet here in games 2 or 3. Take you back to Tuesday night. It was a 12-2 victory for the Locos over the Monarchs. It got ugly late in the game, but 5-0, 5-1 was the score for a great portion of that game. 2 on, 1 out now after the walk to Ashworth. Zarlingo, as we said, flied out to left. He takes a first pitch fastball low and outside, 1-0. We've talked about Zarlingo, his speed, 11 stolen bases on the year. He's up there with 18 hits on the year as well in just 70 appearances. There's a strike, 1-1. Good battle back from Wolford. Sitting at just under 50 pitches is Jake at the moment. 246 average for Zarlingo, as we said, with those 18 knocks. He's got himself 16 RBIs. 2-1 now after that ball high and away. It's not too often you see a guy have almost the same amount of hits as he has RBIs, so Anthony has his chances like he does right now. 2-1. Swing and a miss. High fastball. He tried to pull that all the way into right field. Outfield standard depth. You got Potkova out there in left. Butler in center is a little bit deep. Malish, standard depth in center and right. 2-2, not close, high and away. Zarlingo's going to push to full. Yet another full count for Jake Wolfert, making him throw a lot of pitches here. Number 50 is on the way in a moment. Coffey's at second. He hit into a fielder's choice. Ashworth walked. He's at first. 3-2 on the way. Ball low and outside. He walked him. So just like that, the bases are loaded here for Lima, and head coach Kelton Caldwell is going to head out to the mound. Going to be the end of the day for Jake Wolfert. Good call from Coach Kelton Caldwell to pull the trigger here and take Wolfert out of the game. He was falling off mightily with the control. Walked two guys, hit a man in that inning, although he did give them two solid innings. Allowed one base runner, did not allow a hit. We'll be back in a moment. New man on the mound will get you the final numbers for Wolfert. 1-0 Monarchs. Bases loaded here for the Locos in the top of the third inning. We'll be right back. This is your home for Monarchs baseball. Welcome back into the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Cavanaugh taking you all the way through this third inning. New man on the mound, Alex Aug. He's been to a few different schools, heading to University of Michigan next year. Spent time at Arizona State, Indiana University, and now going to the U of M, 6'5" right-hander out of Bedford Corners, New York, coming in at 175 pounds, as we said, 6'5" tall. Going to have some downward plane on that fastball. Final numbers for Jake Wolfert, 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And right now, Alex Aug coming in a tough position. Bases loaded, 1 out for Connor Ashby. That first fastball way outside. Sliding into the left-handed box with Salinas to snag that one. Aug did not play last year. He's a redshirt sophomore, coming out of Indiana and into the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Ashby waits, cuts and misses at a two-seamer, going down 1-1. A lot of movement on these pitches here from Aug. Steps off as he repositions. He was ready to go. Catch you up in this inning. Hudson Parker was hit by a pitch. Aiden Coffey reached on a fielder's choice, and Ashworth was walked. That ball misses low, 2-1. Ashby reached on an error. His first time was thrown out, trying to steal second base. Aug checks the runner at third, delivers a 2-1 fastball way outside again in the dirt. Sliding over Salinas, doing his job back there. 3 balls, 1 strike to Ashby with the bases loaded in a 1-run game. Top of the third inning. here from Lake Trust Stadium. Big deep breath from Ogg. He delivers outside again, ball 4. So a run will come in as the bases were loaded. Zarlingo moves up to second. Down to third goes Ashworth. Coffey comes in to score, and we have a tie game. Landon Underhill struck out looking his first time. Digs in that left-handed box. Ogg has been missing in that left-handed side, so there's a chance that Underhill takes one off the ankle. You never know. I mean, some guys will be able to make an adjustment depending on where the batter is, but not always. Underhill pops the first pitch out of play, 0-1. A crucial ground ball up the middle here would do the job for the Monarchs. Have had a rough time turning double plays, but we've seen it happen. Strike 2. They're going to say it went off the bat on the check swing. In a good spot here is Alex Ogg. In relief of Jake Wolfert, who gave up 1 hit, 1 run, struck out 2 in 2 1/3. Big deep breath here from Ogg. The 0-2 pitch. Fouled away. Underhill continues to battle. He's done it several at-bats. Worked to 0-2 all the way to a 2-2 count. Ended up striking out back in the first, but he's always going to give it a few extra pitches. Never goes down on 3. Ogg again, the 0-2 pitch. Flared away. Down towards the parking lot on the left field side. Sun starting to set here over that first base dugout where it normally does in Howell, Michigan, where the Cleary Cougars play. Anybody at this diamond is going to have issues, no matter who you are, on that right side. First base, second base, right fielder, and sometimes your center fielder as well, as that sun starts to set a little bit and get in the eyes. 0-2 pitch, way outside. Nice snag from Salinas. That almost brought a run in. 1-2 now. In the bottom of the third, Jake Dresselhaus and company will be up. Top of the lineup for the Monarchs. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Underhill awaits. Fastball high at the eyes. He has now worked to 2-2 once again tonight. Alex Ogg on the mound, tucks that ball in his glove as he dangles the right arm. Now comes set at the belly. 2-2, swing and a miss. No, he got a piece of it just at the last second. Thomas Burrell gave that foul off call just late. Looked like it got by the bat and the glove of both Underhill and Salinas. It'll stay 2-2. Bases loaded, tie game here in the third inning. A walk brought in the last run to score Coffey. 2-2, high and away, ball 3. Look at Landon Underhill. Was 0-2, has worked to a 3-2 count, and doesn't look to be going down swinging here. Has fouled off pretty much everything Ogg has given him. 3-2 pitch. Fly ball out to right field. Golf swing there from Underhill. Camping underneath will be Malish. He makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Ashworth. On to third will go Zarlingo. Sac fly for Landon Underhill gives the Locos a lead here in the third inning. Justin Rumfield digs back in. He is always an issue at the plate. Grounded out to second his first time. So runners on the corners now as Ashworth scores. Zarlingo goes from second to third base. 2-1 Locos. They have their first lead of the day. 2 outs here for Rumfield. Good lead over there at first for Ashby. Little flare to shortstop. Couple steps over for Cassis at short. He puts that in his back pocket for out number 3. We go bottom of the third inning. 2 runs for the Lima Locos. Sac fly and a walk with the bases loaded. Monarchs due up Be back in a minute. This is your home for Michigan Monarchs baseball. Tides have turned here in the bottom of the third. Monarchs led 1-0 entering the top of the frame and now trail 2-1 as Jake Dresselhaus pulls up for his second at-bat. Stephen Cash still on the mound. Allowed that run last inning to Mason Malish, RBI single. Struck out Dresselhaus looking his first time. That was to open the game in the first, and he's going to pull one on the ground to third. Easily gobbled up by Coffey. Long throw. He got him. Speedy Dresselhaus almost made it down the line, but Aiden Coffey plays a very good hot corner over there. Threw it. Nice ball across the diamond there. It's a lot harder than people think to go from base to base on the corner there. Silas Butler struck out swinging his first time. It was back-to-back strikeouts for Stephen Cash on the mound. Really set the tone. He's going to nub one off the end of the bat towards the first base dugout. Butler getting the start in center field today. Came in late, back in the 6th inning of game 1. Did not get an at-bat, but played a couple innings in the field and right. Cash, 0-1 pitch is flared out to right field. It will drop over the glove of Landon Underhill. Silas Butler just gets enough on it. Here's TJ Kella with a man on, a man out. Highest he's hit in the lineup in the last several weeks, batting third today and playing third. Usually TJ's out there in left field, right field as well. Never usually in the infield, but glad to see him over at third today. Fastball high and outside. Good take from TJ. Butler's at first. Couple swiped bags on the year so far. He's got 6. Jake Dresselhaus leads the team with 16. That ball misses up and out again. 2-0. Good lead over there at first for Butler. He could go at any time. Against the lefty, it's a little tougher. Cash delivers, and this ball is skied in the air by Kella to right field. Coming over a few steps will be Ashworth. He makes the catch there. 2 outs. And the other TJ steps up now. Potkova had a single and scored back in the second. Got everything started. Flare went out to straightaway center field. TJ did not play in game 1 today. Kella did, but Potkova did not. Pick over to first base. Butler back in. It's not close. Base hit to the right side. Could put Butler first to third as well. He's going to be flying on anything with 2 outs. Potkova is responsible for the only run tonight for the Monarchs. They're going to need a few more as they're already trailing in this game, but with a 7-inning contest on our hands, going to need a few extra. Butler takes off for second. Here's the throw down. One hop and safe. In there is Butler. Nice throw from Hudson Parker, but the 7th stolen base of the year for Silas. It was a tough pitch to run on two. High and away fastball that Parker was catching near his throwing hand, so the exchange was good behind the plate. 2-0 to Patkova, trying to have another hit. 3 balls, no strikes. Haven't seen Cash get too wild at all today. Hasn't recorded a walk. Couple of hits, and the rest are strikeouts or flyouts. 3-0. Curveball set in right down the middle for a strike. See if he comes back with that. Seems the fastball has been away, high and outside from the right-handed hitters, but the curveball has been a little better. Getting in there for strikes. He throws it again. That's a ball just off the plate outside. Patkova walks, and there's 2 on with 2 out. Mason McGuire steps up to the dish. He had a fly out to center field his first time up. Monarchs have been pretty good about battling back in games that are close, scraping together a few runs, finding a way to claw back. Bouncing ball, it's going to get away from the catcher Parker. Heading up to third is Butler. Down to second goes Patkova. Nice heads-up base running there from the Monarchs, able to take the extra 90 feet apiece on the bouncing ball to Parker. Sometimes off this turf, when you throw a breaking ball in the dirt, depending on the spin, it'll bounce away from the catcher's chest protector. 2-0 to Mason McGuire. As we said, he flew out last time. Cannot have that here. Needs to be a base hit with 2 outs. Nice take there. Fastball high above the shoulders. It's 3-0. Cash has a chance here to put another runner on and load him up with 2 outs. 3-0 pitch. Off the plate outside, just barely. Back-to-back walks to Patkova, and now McGuire have the bases loaded. Let's see, yep, we're going to get some action from the Locos dugout. Assistant coach Dylan Healy will head out to the mound to have a conversation with Cash. We'll step away briefly for 10 seconds. Monarchs, bases loaded with 2 outs. Trying to mount a comeback. They trail 2-1. Returning back here with the bases loaded, 2 outs. It's Zacharias Salinas, who struck out swinging last inning. It's a lefty-lefty matchup here with Cash. First pitch, watch out Salinas, high and in towards his head. He turns at the last moment to avoid that direct contact. 2-1 game, Locos on top here in the bottom of the third. Monarchs trying to pick up a few. Slider down and outside for a ball. 2-0 to Salinas. Seven hits and 27 at-bats. He's got 6 RBIs, trying to pick up a few more. Bouncing ball in the dirt. 3-0 now. And Cash has nowhere to put him. Has to throw a strike here. And his fastball hasn't been working. Got to be a curveball down the middle. Try to find a way to throw a strike. Ball 4. 8 straight balls to McGuire, and Salinas have tied this game. 2-2 as Butler crosses the dish. Butler singled, stole second. Patkova walked, McGuire walked. And now Salinas takes a base on balls. 2-2, bottom 3 still. And Avery Thielman cannot take that bat off his shoulder till he sees one. Ball in the dirt. Back pick to first. In safely is Salinas. Looked like he almost turned an ankle there. He's got a big smile on his face, thinking that was shouldn't have been as close as it was. Thielman singled his first time, trying to pick up another here. Fastball at the eyes, 2-0. And that's exactly what head coach Kelton Caldwell and the rest of the staff are telling the Monarchs hitters. Opposing pitcher cannot find the zone at all, so do not help him out in any way. Let him throw those balls. Strike called. Now you go. 2-1. After you see that first one, then you start to attack. Three straight walks have led to a run. 2-2, bottom three. Thielman takes high. 3-1. Another 3-ball count. Haven't seen a 2-ball count since our 3-hitter, TJ Kella. Everything has been there. Strike 2 called. We're going to push to full. Nice fastball in the outside corner. Hudson Parker stuck it on the out. Runners are off on the pitch. From the windup is Cash. The 3-2, high and outside. 4 straight walks, and the Monarchs lead 3-2. Potkova scores. McGuire down to third. Salinas takes second, and Thielman is now aboard. Most likely the final batter here for Stephen Cash, who frankly was incredible to start the game and started to taper off at the end of the second, and it's been an abysmal third inning for him. Base is still loaded, 2-1. Check that, 3-2. Monarchs are on top. That's a strike popped up out of play from Malish. 1 ball, 1 strike to Mason. He had the RBI single last inning. Gave the Monarchs a 1-0 lead before the Locos scored 2. Big cut and a miss at a fastball high. Malish strikes out. That'll end the inning. 4 straight walks, plate 2 runs for the Monarchs. They take a 3-2 lead. We go to the top of the 4th. This is your home for Michigan Monarchs baseball. We'll be right back.
Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Great job taking over there with all those walks in the third. But how about the Monarchs? They are back up on top after trailing 2-1. They're now up 3-2 with 4 hits, no errors, 2 runs, 1 hit for Lima. And as I try to be a prophet, I said before the game they're going to sweep the doubleheader. And odds would have been good before, but now they're getting better. And on for his first ever appearance for the Michigan Monarchs is Alex Ogg. Number 28, went to Arizona State, partied. I'm just kidding. I had a lot of friends went there, a big party school. Then went to Indiana, and now is transferred to U of M. So that's quite the Pac-12 Big Ten journey, and obviously maybe ASU someday will be in the Big Ten Super Conference. But he's getting his first start. I know that he's got a coach here. I think some family are here, and he's making his first appearance for the Monarchs. Literally, I believe, joined the team today.
Yeah, he did. He pitched last inning for a couple of batters, so he's got his legs underneath him already, but has a fresh inning here in the 4th, and I'm excited to see him take it on.
And up first here for the Locos, find themselves behind again. Cade Bellew, first time out, struck out looking, the designated hitter. And first pitch is in for a strike. So you batting 261 so far this season. And a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Og. He ogged him. Did he og him on?
He's going to right here on the 0-2.
Tommy, baby, this was talking to Scoop Harden's father and middle daughter and favorite child, Riley, and the mom. And there's a smacked ball towards McGuire. Luckily, Irish throws him out. And we were talking about, they were saying just how great the broadcast is. And I said, I didn't pay you enough to say that. He's like, it's all right. It's on me. But no, it's nice to know that people appreciate it and they go back and watch the games. And if they can't, I mean, he's always here, but if some of the family can't make it, Riley's a diver for Toledo. And the youngest or the oldest daughter is about to get married in Celine in a couple weeks. So congrats to her and her husband, Rupert. Or husband-to-be, I guess. Here comes Eduardo Martinez to get another all-star for this Locos team. They've got 6 of their 9 batters as all-stars. Eduardo Martinez in his first travail in a line-out to second base in the second. Part of 7 of the first 8 or 6 of the first 7 Locos to go down. And now it is 1-1. Alex Og on in relief of Jake Wolfert here in the 4th. And that one smacked towards center. Silas Butler's got it. Easy play by the Butler. He did it. Love the speed, the closing speed especially by Silas Butler when he's playing in the outfield.
He's an incredible outfielder, and only 11 at-bats last year for Cumberland University. He's going to get to the plate more because of how well he plays center field in any outfield position they put him in.
Here's Hudson Parker, the catcher. He got hit by a pitch his first time up. Parker came in averaging 227, just 22 at-bats before this game. This is his 24th at-bat this season. By the way, Tom, kind of crazy. Only one game left that we're going to be calling here at Lake Trust Stadium. It's possible we'll be on the road, even though it's a home game in Jackson on the 20th. Not looking likely.
Nope.
Yeah, well, Tim said if we're paid enough, and I said at least $1,000. Tom and me will split the foul. And also unlimited snacks and Monster Energies. And Tom's brother, Drew, just got drafted by the Giants. Needs to be celebrated with a ticker tape parade in the press box. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there. Breaking ball. Buried Parker on that one. And it's 2-2 with 2 down. 2s are wild. Here on the top of the 4th. Looking for an easy inning is Alex Og, the new Wolverine. And there's a chopper right back to Og. Has plenty of time, makes the throw, and makes the out. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Michigan. Can they sweep the doubleheader? They're getting closer. They'll bat in the bottom of the 4th coming up on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back to beautiful Lake Trust Stadium on a picture-perfect night for baseball. A lot better than if they tried to play the game last night, Tom. Would have had to avoid some tornadoes. Luckily, nothing really bad in Livingston County, but under a tornado watch for several hours last night. I had to reach out to my mom and dad and stepmom and sister and make sure, because they go to bed a lot earlier than I do. And the most dangerous hours last night were 11 to 1 in the morning. So I wanted to make sure everyone was safe. Luckily, everything stayed away. But there was, to the west of the southeast part of Michigan, there was some tornado warnings. Coldwater, I believe, is where one of them was for sure. There's a swing and a miss as Stephen Cassis leads off here in the bottom of the fourth. Monarchs up 3-2. Cassis so far in this one struck out swinging. That one outside the zone off the hand of Stephen Cash. Cash Money, as his friends and occasional girlfriends call him. And there's a chopper towards the shortstop, Ashby, but it's actually picked up by the third baseman, Coffee, and a cup of coffee throws him out. What about that? Looked like you almost stole the play from him. Obviously, whoever wants to make the play can make the play, but his hat falls off, and what range Coffee showed there on that play.
Yeah, those long legs made it a long way, and that is the play that you have to make. It's so much tougher for Ashby to run in and throw across his body than it is for Coffee to continue his momentum across the diamond towards first and throw a bullet over there. It's exactly what happened.
Fortunately, he decaffeinated Stephen Cassis on that one. See what I did there? There's a reason I get paid $3,000. Sorry, 3,000 pesos a game. Which I think is roughly $3. That one fouled back towards us. 1-1. Yeah, the conversion rate not so good these days. I believe I can get 3 million pesos for $100. And so far in this one, Dresselhaus struck out looking and a ground out to first. He's the first Monarch to bat 3 times, and now has worked the count 2-1. Great leadoff hitter, Jake Dresselhaus. He's been doing it all season long. Here's the 2-1 from Cash. And outside, 3-1. Umpire behind no plate, Thomas Burrell. Jeremy Williams in the field. Tom Cavanaugh to my right at TCCav_Sparty. I think it's the 7th time in a row I've gotten that right without looking at it. Used to botch it every game. And there's a chopper right back to the pitcher, but foul. So it'll be 3-2. I don't know why they threw to first, just in case. That was why. So if he threw to first and threw it past first, that's a live ball, right?
I don't think. I think because he called it dead and a foul ball originally, I think everything after that doesn't matter.
Even if he just, what if he threw to the center fielder? I mean,
yeah, if he pulled a Trevor Bauer and threw it over the fence in center field, then sure, yeah.
Here's a 3-2. That's why I love having Tom next to me, longtime baseball player, and he walks him. See, he stayed there, maybe not as long as he should have, but he, unlike, I'm forgetting who the batter was for the Locos, who started to work towards first and got called for a strike. Got called out on strikes. So now can the Butler do it? Silas Butler definitely has power. He struck out swinging his first time up at a single and a scored run in his second at bat. He bats for the 3rd time tonight. Butler came into the series with a .341 average, 3rd best on this team. A ribby 15 hits and 6 runs coming in. And that, an excuse me swing that's foul, left side. Oh, did he try to bunt there? Sorry, I was looking at the internet. Just kidding, I was looking at my notes. I was playing Wordle with Garrett Primetime Pogrovich, who has somehow unlimited Wordle. You know that was a thing. I'm like, are you good at it? He's like, not really. Then why are you playing unlimited Wordle? He says to get better. I say that he's just probably jealous that he's not that good. Here's Butler, 0-1. Legendary Dave Robinson up here in the press box. First home run in the major leagues off of Juan Marichal. Had some great stories to tell us recently. That one sprayed back foul. We were having some great discussions about Ernie Harwell, Dave. One of the greatest of all time. He came on an old syndicated show I used to do, Tom, and spent about 40 minutes with me. And my mom was listening and she was crying.
Huh.
Some of it because I was interviewing Ernie Harwell, but others because she was hearing Ernie Harwell. There's Butler out to center field. Can Martinez can play? He can't. It lands in front of him and go into third and safe easily. And Butler in at second. What do you know? Second and third with one down. As Dresselhaus in at third and Butler in at second. And Butler continues to show timely hitting.
He does. I mean, a big swing with one out last inning, and he was one of the runs that came in to score to give the Monarchs a lead. And here, drips one into center field, and how about Jake Dresselhaus going first to third? He saw how long that ball was going to be in the air for, saw it drop, and went all the way around.
And now the chance to really put some hurt on these Locos is T.J. Kella, the San Jose State Spartan. I was talking to my friend Sky Kirstein during the game, or during the break, and telling him that he had a few players. He's the SID there playing. And that one sprayed foul. He did tell me that Makana Alasso is in the portal.
Okay.
So he also agreed with me that Alasso is a great egg. But he is in the portal. Doesn't mean he's got to go anywhere, but he is in the portal. So might not be a Spartan coming back next year. That one sprayed to right field. And on his horse and making the play is Ashworth and tagging and should score easily as Dresselhaus. He does. And the Monarchs take a 2-run lead, and Butler moves to third. And a chance here for TJ Potkova to drive in a run.
Kella got the job done, but Butler set that up with the single, moving Dresselhaus all the way around to third base. Well done. That's how you manufacture runs. It only takes one hit there. Dresselhaus walked, Butler had the only hit, and Kella flew out to the outfield, and it still generated a run.
So, Tom, once again, the Butler did it.
He did.
And a swing and a foul to the right side off the bat of TJ Potkova. TJ Potkova from Henry Ford Community College, the Fighting Model T's, junior from Monroe, Michigan. Good player, had 143 solid at-bats for them this season. Takes a ball 1-1. And you wonder if this might end up being the final inning for Stephen Cash.
I thought last inning would be his last after 4 straight walks, but they sent him back out here for another one.
The Locos didn't bring that many players, so they're lower on pitchers. That one skied to center field. Martinez gets it, and that ends the inning. But 1 run in, and the Monarchs lead it by 2. 4-2 here as we head to the top of the 5th on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in, beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. We move to the top of the 5th. Monarchs got a run. Some great moves by Dresselhaus and Butler, driving him in or getting him in on a sac fly. It's 4-2 here. The Monarchs go for that doubleheader sweep that I prophesized about before the game started. New pitcher for the Monarchs, number 22, Eddie Beniaz. This is just his second appearance. Just 1 inning pitched, 2 strikeouts. So very limited numbers on Beniaz from Adrian College. He bats right, throws left. And the first batter he will take a look at is Aiden Coffey, who had a nice throw to get out Stephen Cassis. First base last inning. That one chopped to the second baseman.
Wow.
Diving play by Mason McGuire. That's one of the best defensive plays we have seen all season. The luck of the Irish there. What a play by Mason McGuire.
He did it earlier in the game. Back in the second, took a base hit away from Justin Rumfield as he ranged all the way over to his right. McGuire's playing a heck of a position
really
right there at second base. Love to see him flash some leather.
You know, it just leads me to make this comment here. And coming up now, actually, do we have a pinch hitter? Nope, never mind. Sorry, it's Kyle Ashworth, the number 9 hitter. Another all-star. He walked and scored his first time up. Imagine if, listen, I was talking about with Scoop Harden's dad. great experience for the majority of the team to go to Alaska. It's something that Mark Harden's dad said that if they went, that one is skied on the infield. It should be an easy play for McGuire. Makes the second straight put out. That if their son went, they were going to go to Alaska. Great experience for those kids. But it took away the camaraderie they had built earlier.
100%.
And it made the games very tough when you just had 9 position players and 1 pitcher maybe. This is a team that's got some talent. This record could be a lot different. Instead of it being 10-17, I think the Monarchs could have 14, 15 wins and be alive for the playoffs. Yeah. But I don't want to take away from the great experience the kids had in Alaska. It was such a weird scenario.
It's a weird trade-off there, and I know you sacrifice a couple wins here, but I think them being able to travel out there and compete against other international talent, it's awesome.
Oh, it's 100% awesome. But what about the kids that stay there?
Right.
It's a double-edged sword, Tommy. Just feel bad because the Monarchs are a better team than their record, that's for sure. There's a strike on Anthony Zarlingo up for the third time, fly out to left field in a walk so far tonight for Zarlingo out of Southwest Tennessee Community College and Olive Branch, Mississippi. There's the 1-1. Nobody on, 2 down. Monarchs up by 2. Outside for ball 2. This game's sailing along, Tommy. Another 7-inning contest. It's a doubleheader. Looks like Major League Baseball went to doubleheaders for 7 innings during COVID. That chop foul towards us and out of play. Good defensive game and a half or so far by the Monarchs. Had some good plays in the outfield. Butler's made some nice plays in this game. Obviously, McGuire with that web gem. It's been nice to see the Monarchs defense play at a very high level for the most part tonight.
Yeah, no errors, mental or physical.
And that one shot past the pitcher into center field. Bettias couldn't get it, and then the shortstop Cassis couldn't get it, and it's a 2-out single for Zarlingo, and here comes yet another all-star, Connor Ashby. The shortstop, Ashby, so far tonight, got on an error and a walk, looking for his first hit.
Really good chance Zarlingo takes off and steals a bag, although there is a lefty on the mound, so maybe he doesn't, but leads the team with 11 stolen bags.
I know during your playing days, Tom, you were considered a speed demon.
Oh, that is the farthest from the truth.
How many stolen bags did you have during your college career?
Truly?
Or high school career?
I maybe had 1 in college and 4 in high school. I played center field, but I was not fast. I just knew how to track the baseball.
But for a minute, you felt like Ricky Henderson. Speaking of tracking a ball, there's Silas Butler on his horse. Can he make the catch? He does against the fence! Willie Mays Hayes style! The Butler did it again! 2 web gems in the inning. The threat is over. We move to the bottom of the 5th. Monarchs by 2 on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. What a play! Welcome back in. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. What a sizzling play by Silas Butler. We had just talked about the defense. McGuire had 2 great plays or a web gem in that, top of the 5th. And then Butler on a screamer makes it basket style, Willie Mays Hayes style. That was unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh. As soon as the ball was hit, he turned his back to the field and started sprinting. Looked over the right shoulder, saw that ball was landing just before the fence, slid, made the catch, and ran into the wall all at the same time. It was incredible.
And we had just talked, too, about Butler and how you had just mentioned how athletic he is and how great he plays the outfield. And just a prototypical center fielder. Stephen Cash out. 4 innings pitched for the Locos. 5 hits, 4 earned, 4 runs, 5 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 22 batters faced. Micah Takic is in the 6'3 sophomore from Macon, Georgia. I've been to Macon. 165 pounds. Went to Mercer. He's I believe they're the Bears. And so far for the Locos, 1-0, 2.45 ERA. This is his 8th appearance. 3 saves, 11 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts, 2 walks, 12 hits. And up first here to lead off the 5th, Mason McGuire. How many times do you have a guy that makes an incredible play in the inning, lead off the next inning? A lot of times it happens, the guy that, like Butler, would have led off this inning. But McGuire with a just web gem at second base, ranging down and just making an incredible play last half inning. He now is looking 1-1, the new pitcher, Micah Takic. And that sprayed foul. 3 players going for it, and it excused me out there by the third baseman Coffey, who had a great play the previous inning. And it's 1 up, 1 down, and we're getting closer to the prophet Dan Leach, the Squatch, and that doubleheader sweep that I said before we even started tonight. And I was obviously being hopeful. The odds would have been probably 7-1. The Monarchs swept this Locos team, and there's still a ways to go here, but boy, to sweep this twin bill, to win the series against one of the best teams in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League, while the Monarchs likely aren't going to the playoffs, that's some late season momentum if I've ever seen some.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you feel good.
And first pitch swinging, Zacharias Salinas so far tonight, a strikeout, swinging, and a walk. Salinas, Grand Rapids Community College, a sophomore from Canton, Michigan. Favorite baseball player growing up was Frank Thomas. That's a good one to have. That one in there for a strike. So quickly down 0-2 is Salinas, who is catching in game number 2, didn't play game number 1. Here comes the delivery from Takic. The 0-2, and a chopper towards the first base side, and it's foul. Picked up there by Rumfield. Rum-Tum tigered it back into the pitcher.
These next few innings for the Monarchs, I'd like them to be competitive at the plate. It's a 2-run game. May need a few more, but how the Monarchs have been playing lately, it kind of set up for this 2-run, 1-run contest.
And that one in there for ball 1. Yeah, Tom, in the series against the Leprechauns, all 3 games incredibly tight.
And even against the Ice Haulers, too, there was one game that was kind of a wide margin, but the other 2 were very solid.
That one lifted into center field on his horses. Martinez makes the play, and it's 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. And now up is Avery Thielman, the first baseman. Thielman so far with a single and a walk. So he's been on both times he's been up. Would love to start some 2-out magic here. Thielman, a Western Michigan Bronco, sophomore from Kalamazoo. Just had 1 at-bat for the Broncos, Tom, but, sophomore. So these guys are young, and that's why playing in this Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League is such a big deal for so many players.
It's always tough to get time as a freshman.
First pitch swinging right to the shortstop, Ashby. Throws him out. Actually, it's a tag out at the end by Rumfield. Throw a little offline, but it's 3 up, 3 down in a quiet inning for the Monarchs offense. But they still lead this thing 4-2. We head to the 6th. Tom Cavanaugh will take over on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Monarchs hanging on to a 2-run lead. Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium, home of the Cleary Cougars and Michigan Monarchs. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you all the way through the 6th inning of work. Eddie Bienez back on the mound. Stocky lefty for the Monarchs, just his 2nd appearance for the club. He's going to face Landon Underhill. First pitch is a ball high and outside. Underhill, Rumfield, Bellew due up here in the inning. Tapped on the ground to first base. Will it stay fair? Yes, it is. Grabbing it, touching the bag is Thielman. 1 out. Nice call there by Jeremy Williams in the field. So Underhill retired quickly. Eddie Bienez so far 1 1/3 innings pitched, just 1 hit allowed. If everything stays the same, first out of the bullpen, Alex Aug in line for the win. First pitch, curveball outside. Rumfield today 0 for 2. Ground out and a line out. Here's a ball pulled on to shortstop. Backhand by Casas. Throw on to first a little bit high, but Thielman, a beanstalk over there at first base, brings that down for out number 2. Thielman about 6'4", 6'5" over there at first base. So quickly 2 retired for Cade Bellew. Strikeout and a ground out today. Pulls the ball hard on the right side most of the time, as you can see Casas beginning to move on over. Curveball, corner, called strike. Nice pitch from Eddie. A little more action in the bullpen for the Monarchs. They could have another reliever come in to close this out and attempt to get the save, but Bienez at this point been great. Lazy ground out to first, and then a hard ground out from Rumfield to shortstop. Trying to shut the door on a double-header sweep. Bouncing in on that slider, 1-2. Bienez through the windup, kicks and fires. Down and away, another slider. Leaving it alone was the lefty Bellew. Several lefties in this lineup for the Lima Locos. They mix it up. They do a good job of it. 2-2 on the ground between short and third. It's going to be Casas on the run across his body, not in time. Cade Bellew beats it out down the first baseline, infield hit. Tough play for Casas. TJ Kella at third tried to dive and snag it. It went under his glove, and Casas had to try to scoop throw very quickly. Bellew's just a little too fast out of that left-handed box. 0 for 2 day now for Eduardo Martinez. Line out and a fly out. Tying run at the dish for the Locos here in the 6th inning. Ground ball up the middle, base hit into center. Coming on to field it is Butler. He gets it in quickly, not allowing Bellew to move up an extra base. So 2 pitches, 2 hits. Back-to-back singles here for Bellew and Martinez. Brings up Hudson Parker, and a little bit of action here for the Locos. After 2 quick outs, it's 2 quick base knocks. And the tying run is over there at first base now. Bienez checks the runner once. Down at second base, does it again. Kicks and fires home. Fastball on the inside corner. Nice pitch from Eddie. Parker takes all the way. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in a 4-2 ball game. Monarchs on top. One game won by 2, 5-3. And they're trying to take game 2 here. It'd be a huge confidence booster against the number 2 team in the division. 0-1 breaking ball inside off the plate. Parker has been the catcher here in game 2. Been good back there, just 1 ball gotten away from him. Outfield fairly deep as well for the Monarchs, except for Potkova. He's a little shallow and left. Tap foul on the 1-1 from Parker. He's down to his final strike. It was Jake Wolfert to start for the Monarchs. Alex Aug came in relief, and now Eddie Bienez. trying to work out of a jam. There's 2 outs with 2 on in a 2-run ball game. Bienez gets the sign, comes set at the chest, checks the runner. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball, base hit into center field. Rounding third and coming to score will be Bellew. RBI single for Hudson Parker, and it's now 4-3. 3 straight singles for the Locos have brought in a run. 2 of them hot shots right up the middle. And Parker's baseball right there, right past the glove of the pitcher Bienez. And I mean just past the glove, very close to being snagged for out number 3. Aiden Coffey, 0 for 2, fielder's choice, a ground out. He scored a run back in the 3rd. First and second, 2 outs still. Breaking ball, just a little bit low, 1-0. Coffey has played a sensational third base today. Clean infielder, hasn't had many opportunities at the plate, just his 3rd AB. Bienez checks the runner twice. The 1-0 pitch bounces away from Salinas. Moving up an extra 90 feet are both Martinez and Parker. Second and third, 2 outs. Coffey standing in with a 2-0 count. Tight ball game right now. Go-ahead run is over there at second base. Regardless on how this inning finishes, Monarchs will need to score a few runs. Even in a situation like this, a couple insurance runs would be huge. Coffey awaiting the 2-0. Not close. 3 balls and no strikes. It was back-to-back groundouts to start the inning, and then 3 straight singles to score. Cade Bellew, Hudson Parker down at second base now. There's a strike called. Trying to battle back as Bienez 3-1. Whoever's ready in the bullpen for the Monarchs, set to go if they need to make a call to the pen. 3-1. Ball 4 high. Bases are loaded in a 1-run game. Here's Kyle Ashworth, 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Him and Coffey came in back in the 3rd inning. That was the only inning they scored in besides this one here in the 6th. They got 2 in the 3rd and now 1 here. They trail by just 1 run. Popped up out of play by Ashworth on the first pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup here between Bienez and Ashworth. The last lefty to face him was Bellew. He singled. Long looking for Bienez on the mound. Coffey's at first, Parker's at second, Martinez over at third. Tapped foul by Ashworth. He's down 0-2. It's a big pitch here for the Monarchs. Chance to go into the bottom of the 6th inning with a 1-run lead and close the door in the 7th. The Locos trying to tie this thing up or win a ball game, take a lead, and shut things in the 7th. Bienez, 0-2 count on him. The pitch, tapped foul towards the screen. 0-2 still. Sun beginning to set. Violet, bluish, dark bluish color setting in the skies. 0-2 pitch. Fly ball out to right center field. This ball's crushed. Coming over is Malish, and he will not make the catch. It bounces in the gap. 1 run will score, 2 will score. 3-run double for Kyle Ashworth. 6-4 the Locos lead. What a swing from Kyle Ashworth in the right center gap. Wow. Base clearing double with 2 outs. Everybody was running. Martinez came in, Parker scores, and Coffey was right behind him. That is some clutch baseball right there. The 9-hitter Kyle Ashworth drives in 3 runs, and it's a 2-run lead for the Locos late in this one. Anthony Zarlingo once again, switch hitting. On the ground, he drops a bunt. Kella on the first, the throw, not in time. Anthony Zarlingo with an infield bunt single. That's why he's got 11 stolen bases on the year. He's fast. Runners on the corners, and now pitching coach Adam Castillo comes out to the mound. And the Monarchs were 1 out away from going into the bottom of the 6th with a 2-run lead, and tides have turned quickly. It is now a 6-4 deficit for the Michigan Monarchs, with Connor Ashby, the 9th hitter in the inning, coming to the plate. Eddie Bienes gave up 3 straight singles, a walk to Coffey, and then a double to Ashworth. Zarlingo just singled as well. We're going to keep it here briefly as Ashby's due up. But the game has changed. Monarchs were very, very close to being 3 outs away from another victory, and now they're going to need a score. They're down to their final 6 outs at the plate. So after the meeting, Connor Ashby, who is 0 for 2 with a walk, steps in. Runners on the corners. He is the 9th batter to hit this inning. Underhill led it off with a ground ball. He's on deck. First pitch is a strike called to Ashby. Three-run base-clearing double for Kyle Ashworth is the difference. Runner takes off for second. They're going to let him take it. Zarlingo steals his 12th base. No balls, 2 strikes now to Ashby. He took that one all the way on the stolen bag. So now 2 in scoring position for the Locos, trying to add on to their lead. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Locos. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Monarchs. High pop-up out of play by Ashby. He stays alive. Monarchs just need to get out of this inning. We've seen their ability to score runs and get multiple in an inning. He scored 2 back in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. Got a chance to rally if they can put a few on. Bienes sets the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ashby strikes out to finish the inning, but not before 4 runs come in. Hudson Parker and Kyle Ashworth with big swings. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Locos take the lead 6-4 here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Bottom of the 6th inning here from Lake Trust Stadium in beautiful, cool Howell, Michigan now, as the temperature has fallen under 70 degrees. And these Monarchs going to need a comeback here. Trailing by 2, it's Mason Malish to lead things off after Kyle Ashworth had a 3-run base-clearing, 2-out double, one of the clutcher swings you'll see in college baseball here in the summer leagues, especially down by 1. Locos retake the lead for the 2nd time today. Malish takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1. RBI single back in the 2nd inning for Mason. Got the scoring started. 1-1 slider is outside. Frustrated with that one is Micah Takic on the mound right now. Takic in relief as this one's in for a strike. 2-2. Stephen Cash started this game, went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, but also 5 walks. It was a very brutal third inning for him. He walked 4 in a row, but was able to get out of that inning with just 2 runs scored. And when you have bad innings and you're able to minimize the damage and still only have 4 runs on the board for the opposing team, still did well. 3-2 on the way to Malish. Swing and a miss. Mason goes down swinging for the 2nd time tonight. Bottom of the lineup coming up in Steven Casas. Takic records his first strikeout of the night. 6 total. Locos pitching has been very good tonight. No balls, no strikes, and the first one in there. 0-2 day for Casas. Struck out back in the 2nd. Jake Dresselhaus waits on deck as well. Let's see if some 2-out magic can arise at the top of that lineup and Casas. Strike 2, outside corner. It seems like Micah on the mound has really settled in. Got 3 quick outs in the 5th as well. Popped up out of play, continuing to fight is Steven. Another one of the members of San Jose State, along with TJ Kella, Makano Alaso. Trying to find a way on here. Monarchs trail by 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Inside pitch, jumping out of the way with Steven Casas, 1-2. Locos handedly in 2nd place in this North Division, 19-8. The Sandusky Ice Haulers in 3rd place are 15-13. But the Locos also 4 games back of 1st place. The Muskegon Clippers are atop the North standings at 23-4 on the year. Casas with a 2-2 count on him as well. He's going to try to work something to a walk or get a good pitch to drive. Watch out, fastball high and in, sends Casas to the turf. Wow. Full count with 1 out. Three balls, 2 strikes. On the corner, ring him up. Casas takes that one looking right on the black for out number 2. 2nd time Steven struck out today. Back to the top of the lineup. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored for Jake. Getting the game off in the field rather. Played center field for game 1 of this in a 5-3 win. And is now just focusing on swinging it as he takes a ball high on the first pitch. Monarchs scored 1 in the 2nd, 2 runs in the 3rd, and then added on with 1 in the 4th. And then went hitless in the 5th inning. They went down 1-2-3, and from there, that's when the Locos had their big inning, and Monarchs now trail by a pair. 1-1 pitch to Dresselhaus is chopped on the ground to shortstop. It's going to be a play for Ashby on the first for out number 3. 6 straight retired for Micah Takic on the mound for the Locos. We go top of the 7th. Last chance for the Monarchs. They got to hold the Locos here at 6. Be back in a minute. This is your home for Monarchs baseball here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Great job as always by Tom Cavanaugh, but not so much by the Monarchs defense and pitching. Unfortunately, they go from up 2 to down 2 after a rough last out by Eddie Beniaz. He had the first 2, Tommy, in the top of the 6th, and then single, bases clearing double, and next thing you know, it's a 4-run crooked inning for the Locos. And there's still time left here. Still have a chance at the bottom of the 7th. If you're just joining us, this is only a 7-inning game because it's game 2 of a doubleheader. And on now, the 4th pitcher of the night for the Monarchs is number 32, Colton Smith, Creighton University Blue Jay, senior from the colors of Bennington, Nebraska. I know it's Benetton, friends. Final numbers on Beniaz, 2 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned, a walk, a strikeout, and 13 batters faced. And numbers coming up here on Colton Smith, born May 3rd, 2002. Boy, I feel old. 6-foot senior, 180 pounds, righty and righty as far as batting and throwing. He's got a 9.72 ERA, 4 appearances. This will be his 5th. 8 1/3 innings pitched, struck out 8, walked 9, and allowed 6 hits. So he's got to keep the damage to 0 runs here.
Yeah, there's no other option here. I mean, give up a few more, it only makes your job a lot harder in the bottom half of this inning. So if Colton Smith can dial in here, get 3 outs without allowing a run here, Monarchs are going to have a good chance.
Here's Landon Underhill. Did have a sacrifice in the 3rd, struck out looking his first time up, and a ground out to first base in his 3rd appearance. This will be his 4th at bat. Underhill, one of the best players on this team out of McLennan Community College in Hurst, Texas. We ever figure out what McLennan's mascot is? I'm going to say, let's look that up. I'm going to guess, let's see, it's in Texas. I'm going to say, wait, wasn't that the Apaches? I think it might be the Apaches. If not, the Highlanders. What are they, related to Howell?
Adams, Rochester Adams.
There you go.
Those are the real Highlanders.
What do you mean the real Highlanders?
The real Highlanders.
Well, the real Highlander, I think, is Sean Connery.
No, that's...
Or whatever that guy's name is. He was in the movie. There's a sprayed foul ball off the bat of Landon. Put it on the Underhills tab. Still can't believe you haven't seen Fletch. You need to see Fletch 1 and 2. And the new Fletch with John Hamm.
You know, I've never seen Forrest Gump.
All right, that's it. I'm turning the broadcast off.
I don't want to see it.
You know that? What do you mean you don't want to see it?
I don't know.
It's like a box of chocolates.
I just like having that thing, you know, or people.
Having that thing where you haven't seen
movie?
Great Oscar-winning movies.
Yeah,
it's a great thing to brag about there, Tommy. By the way, you got some grass on your top temple there. We're gonna help you.
I'm glad you let everybody know.
Well, I'm always here for you. You were out there diving earlier. Can't believe you haven't seen Forrest Gump. You would love Forrest Gump. Here's a 2-2 on Underhill, outside 3-2. I mean, he plays ping pong in China. He runs across the country. Robin Wright Penn. Well, Robin Wright. She used to be Robin Wright Penn. Does a great job as Jen A. Bubba Gump Shrimp.
Yeah, I never got that reference. I saw all those. I always saw the restaurants. I'm like, why is this such a big deal? Why do people love Bubba Gump Shrimp?
What about Lieutenant Dan, Gary Sinise?
No clue.
Oh, Uncle Lieutenant Dan's with my friend Jeff Rieger's son. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Good pitch there from Colton Smith, first batter, and a strikeout. My good friend Jeff and Dave Rieger, Jeff's daughter and Dave's niece, Olive, has been playing some golf tournaments. She calls me Uncle Lieutenant Dan. I'm telling you, you watch that movie and you see that scene at the end with Lieutenant Dan, you'll start crying. I guarantee it. One of these days, you got to watch that movie.
Yeah, maybe I'm just scared to watch it because I don't want to cry.
Well, there's nothing wrong. I cry during commercials, Tom. There's nothing wrong with crying. And now up is Jason Rumfeld, one of the 6 All-Stars in the Locos batting lineup tonight. Rumfield so far tonight, 0 for 3. Bases empty, 1 down. Swinging chopper on the ground and off the hands of the shortstop, Cassis. So on safely with a 1-out hit is Rumfield, the first baseman. And now Cade Bellew could smack the ball around the field, the designated hitter. So far tonight, just 1 for 3. He did have a strikeout looking, a ground out to first, and a single and a run scored in that 6th inning, part of the 4-run parade for the Lima Locos. And here comes Colton Smith, and that one first pitch swinging towards TJ Potkova makes the play easily, and it's a quick second out for Smith and the Monarchs. And one more to go, and give them 3 offensive outs to get 2 runs or more.
Monarchs they got 2, 3, 4 coming up, and we got Makana Alasso, who's in the bullpen right now, taking some swings. So don't be surprised if Alasso gets a pinch hit opportunity here in the 7th inning.
Eduardo Martinez up now for the Locos so far tonight. He is 1 for 3 as well, a line out, a fly out, and a single and a run scored in the 6th. Then outside the zone, 1-0. Colton Smith on in relief of Eddie Beniaz, who struggled. Alex Ogg in his first ever appearance for this Monarch squad, and Jake Wolfert, the starter. That in for a ball, 2-0. Colton Smith out of Creighton University. Bennington, Nebraska did not play this past college season, so getting some good, important reps here in the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. Here's the 2-0. It's Bellew waiting, and that's outside. Sorry, Martinez waiting. That's outside for 3-0.
When you're here with 2 outs and just 1 man on, got to find a way to shut the door. They were unable to do that last inning, and it led to the 4-run 6th.
The game was going so well until that point, Tommy. One inning can change a lot, and that is sprayed out of play right field off the fence. And it's a 3-1 count now on Eduardo Martinez out of Cochise College in Arizona. Right now, if you walk outside, you could burst into flames. Not because he did anything bad, just because it's 128 degrees.
It looked like that Pink Floyd album.
Oh, yeah, Dark Side of the Moon. Or no, sorry, Wish You Were Here. Now that, see, you know the Wish You Were Here album
I know
cover,
some references, yeah.
but you haven't seen Forrest Gump. I mean, that's backwards, dude. Pink Floyd, one of my top 3 bands. I mean, it's Welcome to the Machine, Shining You Crazy Diamond, is amazing songs. There's a strike down the pipe, 3-2, count worked full after 3-0 on Martinez. Rumfield on first, 2 down. Big pitch here to give the Monarchs a chance, just down 2. And the runner's off and chop foul, so he'll have to come back. Wasted energy there.
Yeah, that looked like ball 4, too. That pitch was sweeping away from Martinez. He just got the end of his bat on it, but could have been ball 4 right there to put 2 on. So nice job from Martinez if you're a Monarchs fan.
It's too bad, too, because, I mean, obviously we don't know what's going to happen in the bottom of the 7th, but Monarchs have played such good defense tonight, and obviously one bad inning can change everything.
Yeah, that's how it goes in these tight ball games like this.
Here's the 3-2. Oh, just off the plate. Well, on the plate, but high, and it's a walk. So 2 on, 2 down. Here comes Hudson Parker, the catcher. Parker was hit by a pitch his first time up. Grounded out his second time up, and a single and a run scored. His last time up in the 6th, part of that 4-run 6th inning. That has flipped the score. The Monarchs were up by 2, and now they're down by 2. It was going to always be tough to sweep this doubleheader, but the Monarchs look like they were definitely on their way to having a good chance to do so. Still have a chance to come back in the bottom of the 7th, but the good news is, regardless of what happens in that bottom of the 7th, Tom, the Monarchs have looked much more like a solid baseball team in this twin bill tonight than they have in a while.
In the last several games, I mean, even against the Leprechauns, all those games were pretty close, in the Sandusky Bay Ice Hauler series as well. So I think because that whole team came back from Alaska and they've been, more time to gel together, I think you make a great point there. They have been a lot better, and the games have been cleaner from the Monarchs.
Wow, Parker fouls one back. They got for the protective netting. They hit off the brick right above the brick backstop there. Spun back into the field. By the way, how can you be an ice hauler? They were here on that 90-degree day, and they brought no ice.
I know.
I thought it was completely unacceptable. I'm glad they're back at Sandusky. Although I like Sandusky because Cedar Point's awesome. Here's the 0-1. 2 on, 2 out. Monarchs down 2, and there's a strike down the pipe. Good pitch there from Colton Smith, who's been impressive when he's been in recent appearances.
He has. His first couple times out was shaky, but these last few, he's been dominant. His slider that cuts away from the right-handed hitter, it's filthy.
Here's an 0-2. Would love to get out of this inning with no runs scored. And that one a mile in the air on the infield, under it, and making the play is McGuire, and that's it. So it's last chance time for Michigan. We head to the bottom of the 7th. 6-4 Locos on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Here we go, bottom of the 7th inning, which in essence is the bottom of the 9th. In this second game of the doubleheader, Monarchs looking for the sweep and the series win, and the Locos looking for the series win as well. And leading off the inning, dangerous hitter Silas Butler. He did strike out swinging his first up, but singled and scored in his second at bat, and had a single his third time up. So Butler, a great table setter option here to lead off this inning and get on base.
The only other spot that you would want him in besides the leadoff spot is with a couple runners on base, because the kid's hot. He's 2 for 3 on the day, but you like him in the leadoff spot to get on, steal a base maybe, and get in a scoring position with less than 2 outs.
He's batting a sizzling second best on the team, or excuse me, third best, 362, up his average tonight with 2 hits and a run scored. And he takes one down the pipe for a strike. Oh, no, check that ball. I thought it was a strike. Maybe that scoreboard's wrong. Son of a snitch. There's the 0-1, now 0-2. So not the start to this at bat I'm sure Butler wanted. Quickly down 0-2.
No, but he's going to fight. I know he's got a high strikeout rate, but the guy can still foul off pitches, especially this breaking ball here from Takic.
Yep, Mika Takic on in his second inning relief of Stephen Cash. Pitched a pretty solid game. I mean, did get some runs earlier as Butler sprays one foul right side. I mean, you got to give Cash some credit because, yes, he gave up some runs, but he kept things relatively calm later in the game and gave that Locos offense, which you can't keep dormant forever, a chance to explode in the 6th with 4 runs.
Yeah, he's retired 6 in a row since he came in.
And a swing and a miss down on strikes is Silas Butler. And not the way you want to start this bottom of the 7th. Down 2 for the Monarchs, and now up is TJ Kella, San Jose Spartan. So far tonight, ground out a flyout and a sac fly. Boy, you got to get him on, Tommy.
Yeah, you got to find a way on with less than 2 outs. Somebody's got to do it.
First offering outside, ball 1 on TJ Kella.
That's
go ahead, Tommy.
That slider right there to strike out Butler, and that first one that missed to Kella, it's on a string right now. Great pitch from Takic.
And that down the middle for a strike. Nice pitch again. I was going to say that TJ Kella, San Jose State Spartan, but did not play this past season. He's a sophomore from Orfield, Pennsylvania. Went pretty far out there to San Jose State. That one in there for a strike, so 1-2 quickly on TJ Kella. Podkova would be next. Then Mason McGuire was spectacular of the field and had some offensive prowess as well. And then Salinas would foul him if it gets that far. And there's a banger to center field. Should be an easy play, though, for Martinez. And the Monarchs are down to their final out. And headed to the plate is TJ Podkova. Podkova with a single and a run scored, a walk and a run scored, and a fly out to center field. So he's got on base twice. And now you have to get him on base, and maybe you get a chance to drive him in the person of Mason McGuire. And that outside the zone. It looks like every, the sequence that Takic's going with is he's throwing it outside ball at pitch 1 and starting to work his way inside, and it's really worked.
It has. And then he goes right back to the outside with the slider.
Yep. And that one chopped foul barely. I think it was off the leg of Podkova. That'll sting the nostrils.
Yeah, and if we're able to get to the McGuire spot, Alasso has grabbed the bat down there, so he's going to be swinging it, which if you got a guy on, Alasso can tie this game with one swing in the bat. We've seen him do it.
1-1 here on Podkova. Monarchs down to their final strike. Winner of this game wins the series. Outside, 2-1. Hitters count now on TJ Podkova. Fighting Model T from Henry Ford Community College, junior from Monroe, Michigan. Good player for Henry Ford CC, had 143 at-bats. He's a junior. And that sprayed, and it's caught. The game's over. And that's a great play by Rumfield, and the Locos win the series by winning this game 6-4. It was that 6-run, 6th inning, Tom, that flipped the game. The Monarchs were up 2. They lose by 2, but as we said, no matter what happened at the end of this game, they played much better baseball over a 2-game stretch here. They do lose the series, but they stopped the 3-game losing streak, and they definitely can have something to hang their hat on with the way they played against a very, very good Locos team over the doubleheader tonight.
They did play well, and gutting out a first win 5-3, it was tough. This team for the Monarchs does not have a ton of offensive production, so if they want to win a game, they got to keep the opposing team to around 3 to 4 runs, which is what they've done for a good portion of their wins this year. But sometimes, it's just one inning, and back in the 6th, the Locos brought 9 guys to the plate, cashed in 4 runs, and in these tight games where the Monarchs are always going to be in a tight game, that 4 runs right there is the difference, and it really set apart those Locos. And how about Mike Atakic at the end of the game? 3 innings, no runs, no hits, 3 strikeouts. He was incredible. Did 9 retired in a row. He's probably the MVP over from the Locos side, but how about it from the Monarchs being able to grab that first win, getting win number 10? Got to feel good.
I think that, see how you feel about this. I always, coordinate this with you and trust your judgment as well. When it comes to the Monarchs as far as player of the game goes, I look at, what Silas Butler was able to do. I look at Mason McGuire's defensive plays, and I think that those 2 guys, kind of could share player of the game honors. Obviously, the Monarchs have played such good team baseball until that 6th inning. I think those 2 guys are probably your players of the game. Any problems with those?
No, that's perfect. I like Butler a lot, too, because he had the 2 hits, and even back in the 5th inning when he made the catch,
right.
there was Zarlingo was on first, who's their fastest guy. He was 110% scoring. If Butler doesn't make that catch, that could have led to more runs in the inning. Obviously, they scored in the next inning, but Butler's sensational grab. I 100% take him, and McGuire had some sweet plays over there at second base. He's got a great glove on him, but at the end of the day, it's just tough when you're not able to have more run production, because the Monarchs could have easily won this game if they're able to score 8 to 10 runs. But if you look at the stats, on average, this team's scoring anywhere from 3 to 5 runs a game. And unless they're, very good on the mound and lights out, it's tough to win these close ball games.
That Mason McGuire snag at second was a total web gem, one of the great plays we've seen here at home for the Monarchs. At Butler's against the fence, that Willie Mays Hayes over the shoulder basket style catch to steal runs away was awesome as well. So there's your 2 players of the game. This is the last time we're going to see you until the All-Star game. So congrats to Sam Thompson, Quinn Konashevsky, and prospect All-Star Robert Clan. They'll be there on the 18th. That'll be Tuesday. Where is the All-Star game again? Is it on Neptune? Prasco Park. Is that in Montana? Cincinnati. So I expect you to bring back some Skyline Chili primetime pocket pitch, all right? It's actually kind of overrated.
It is.
But I tried it. I went to go see Pearl Jam in Cincy once, and everyone's like, go to get Skyline Chili. And I'd been to Cincy before, but I didn't really know about it. I got it. I'm like, what? I'd rather go to Leo's and, have some Detroit chili.
Lafayette makes it better.
Yeah, it's just better. So we will see you again, and as far as we know, this will probably be our last game, because we don't know if we're going to be going to broadcast at Jackson on the 20th, but the clip joint will come in, maybe trying to clinch the division by that point, on the 19th next Wednesday for a 7:05 first pitch. Tom, can you believe that we're almost done with our home games here?
No, it's been flying by, and considering we've played almost 9 games in 11 days, and most of those have been here at Lake Trust Stadium, it feels like it's gone by a lot faster just because of these last couple of weeks. But man, just a few games left here at Cleary University. It's been a fun summer, but it's gone by fast. You're right.
And it's been an honor calling games with you. We want to thank all of our folks who make the broadcast go here for Primetime Pocket Mitch on Stats. Our PA man, Nick Nowitzki, scoreboard graphics, Kyle Chapman, and our incredible broadcast engineer, Tim Riley. And a great job, as always, by Andrew Batten on the hatch as an assistant coach and running operations as well. So thanks all to them. Of course, Tom Cavanaugh, my partner in crime. It's just an honor.
Sir.
We were talking about it earlier off the air. I could have asked for a better broadcast partner, and I know that's the way you feel about me. No, but you're the best, man. And once again, congrats to your brother, Drew Cavanaugh, getting drafted by the San Francisco Giants. The Monarchs and the Locos split the doubleheader. Monarchs win Game 3, 5-3. Lose Game 2, 6-4. Drop to 10-18. The Locos, still in second place in the North, improved to 28. It's going to be quite the battle between them and the Clippers. See who wins this division.
Yeah, I'm really excited. After we're all done with at the end of the year, there's going to be those playoffs down in Ohio, and Muskegon and Lima. Things could change. Sandusky could pop up there. Royal Oak could win the rest of their games. Who knows? But I like those teams to go for the North Division, and they're going to make a lot of noise because they got some talent.
That's going to do it for us. For Tom Cavanaugh and all of our great folks, thank you so much for tuning in. You can follow Tom on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty, myself at Dan Leach DTM. Until next time, on the 19th, pregame approximately 6:55 against the Clippers. We will see you then. Keep reaching for the stars. Believe in the dream. For all of us here at the Monarchs Broadcast Network, Dan Leach saying so long. You've been watching the Monarchs Broadcast Network. See you next time. Peace sticks.